public, that it would be fair to our neighbors to open up and have heavier traffic in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Ward 4, so this is Commissioner Privett's ward, who is not with us today. I do have a couple people signed up to speak. Do we want to start with them? Okay. Jennifer and Chekta, I got that right? Good afternoon.
Hello. So our largest concern is the street integrity, and I do agree with them that there were damages to the street, but they were further accelerated with the larger trucks, you know, driving back and forth on them. And it took like 2 years to get it fixed where we could even drive on it. It was damaging our cars, and we walk on it every night, and we have kids playing or catching the bus, which they had to stop catching the bus because the street was so beyond repair. The second issue is the street width. It's kind of hard when they're driving in and out to get past them sometimes. We don't have a ton of traffic, but we do have traffic going through there. And the noise. The noise is, we live pretty close, so the noise starts about 5:30 in the morning, and it wakes me up. And as you can see, I'm in healthcare, and I take call at night, and my sleep is important. And so sometimes I get woken up very early in the morning when they're doing their things. I'm also a little concerned about the environmental impact from the dust pollution and the contamination of the water, because there's a creek running through there. And I'm not sure if it's a watershed ordeal or if it's contaminating our water supply, but you know, when this place was zoned a moderate industrial too, a long time ago, there was not very many residential homes. It's very residential now. So just don't feel like it's really in the best interest to make it a heavy industrial zone with all the residential homes around it. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you for coming down. Mr. James Tharp.
Thank you. I'd like to second a couple things she said. Number one, we are a residential. I mean, this is the only commercial or industrial entity in our neighborhood. Everything else is residential, homesteads, kids play in the street, ride their bikes. I don't understand how it was even zone I-2. It should always been an R1, and the whole neighborhood should have. The city says it's an oversight that they had years ago. And they've let people decide if they wanted to remain I-2 or change to R1. A lot of people chose to go to R1. I'll disagree with them as far as the equipment they're using. It's not as heavy as a trash truck. It is extremely heavy. 50 to 60,000 pounds is what these concrete trucks can max out at. They have tandem axles that drop on the back to help balance the weight. They're so heavy. The roads east of where they're saying were damaged, the trash truck does. They come in and put potholes they fix, but the ruts, these are big ruts. I don't know, Jennifer sent some pictures in. Big ruts from these trucks tearing the roads up. And we would like for that to stop. The noise, she says, is an issue. They're in a flood zone. I don't know if that matters, but environmental, I would think that would be an issue, that their materials are being washed into the creek, into the watershed, etc. I did call the city planning division. They have not had one permit issued for the permanent buildings they've established, the electrical or plumbing or anything else they've done to this development since they've taken possession of it. that as well should be in violation. We were also told that they were put in a cease and assist where they're not supposed to be running any machines out of there since the city came and fixed the road until this hearing. And they're still running full loaded equipment in and out of there at their leisure. So to me, they have no respect or concern for anybody and the safety or structure of the streets or otherwise. So I know there's the road width too is another big issue. She brought it up, but the roads are about 10 feet wide. Their trucks come in, school buses come in. We got school bus stops in there. The buses have to back up because their drivers, I don't know if they don't know how to back their vehicles or just don't care. So the school buses have to back up, pull off into other streets, let their trucks by, and then they can back out and proceed with their duties. But the streets are definitely not wide enough. I mean, 2 cars can barely, I mean, if we're in the grass, we can pass, but we don't have access for their kind of equipment. They've come in. They also have equipment or materials being brought in with even bigger trucks than what they're bringing in and out of there. So I think we've seen probably 80,000 pound trucks bringing stuff in and out. So I said, being a majority, or it is all residential with the exception of them, and I think it needs to be put to stop. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for coming down. I mean, we see these batch plant applications come before us quite often, and there are appropriate places for them. I was surprised to see this was I-2, because just looking at the surrounding neighborhood context, I mean, I wouldn't have guessed that by the map. So definitely going to I-3 makes me very uncomfortable. So I can't support but I'm curious what everyone else thinks.
I thought the same thing. I mean, it seems like a very inappropriate place for it to be, even though it's already there.
I would just agree that the intensity of this use is too much for this area, and I would vote to deny the application.
All right. Anyone feel differently?
You know, I think this is, I'm guessing, probably an effort to make something that's already existing fit by upgrading the zoning. As I understand it, the only issue with the R3 or the need for the R3 is the batch plant designation. And that's just not a good enough reason to bump something from I2 to I3, especially in an area like this where it is basically surrounded by residential uses. I'd like to help these people solve their problem, but I don't think this is the way to do it.
I mean, we could always encourage them to just take a continuance for an indefinite amount of time to work through these issues through an SPUD, unless they want to see an up or down vote for the council. But I certainly join in being unable to vote for this as currently presented, but feel for the applicants because they're trying to run a business and trying to do it successfully and trying to be respectful of the neighbors from what they've said. So if there's a way to work this out, it's got to be through the SPUD process.
And I don't even think I could get there with an SPUD.
It'd be difficult.
Because the main thing, I mean, you can add buffers, you can add trees to help with noise and all that, but the main thing is the vehicles coming in and out of this plant, and you can't change that. You can only change, to solve access, you solve the location, and I just think that there's a better location.
I have to agree with that. I mean, my initial thought was, well, yes, this needs to be in an SPUD, but as you think about what the challenges are and what the potential, fixes would be, I'm not sure it would fit either for their business or for the neighborhood, so.
Okay.
It's difficult. I'm gonna hope the planning department might be able to find a way. That we got smart people working for the city of Oklahoma City, so.
I think we're just ready for a motion.
I think, let's ask them if
Okay.
they'd like to take 2 weeks and
Yeah.
see if there's another solution
yes,
for their
you may come.
problem.
So when the inspector went out, he said our vehicles were actually not the problem. It was just the batch plant He said we were allowed to have the vehicles. The concrete trucks were able to travel in and out. That was fine. The only problem was the batch plant. And actually, we haven't gotten we haven't got any orders to stop working. But I think that was the major problem, was the batch plant. He said the vehicles were fine.
Also about the noise, so they're saying that we are starting early in the morning at 5:30. We got cameras, so we can provide proof that we're never there. We're always close to 5:45, 6 in the morning, but we don't start the trucks until like almost 6 o'clock. There is plenty of noise coming from southeast 59th Street because there's a lot of construction going into the Tinker Air Force Base. Also, there's a metal recycling plant on the west side of Sooner Road.
Yeah, can we see
That when we're
map?
quiet in the mornings, you can hear the mornings.
Yeah.
None of our vehicles have the reverse backup alarm. I cut it off just to keep any of the noises down, so we wouldn't disturb the neighbors. Also about the properties, the property on the west side of our property, which is also, it's a big property. It's also around on the north part of our property. That's also an I-2, which is commercial property. Not all of that property around there are residential.
And crossing Sooner Street is all I-3 on the other side. Because we live crossing that street on Sooner and 59th. We live on the other corner.
And we can hear the noise of the metal recycling plant in our neighborhood.
I understand all those reasons. I think what, the commission feels is I think the I-3, even though it's elsewhere, I think going to this is gonna be hard to get. You have the option, you can, if you want to pursue this as a SPUD, which the staff can explain what that process is to you in more detail, but what a SPUD does is allow us as a commission, as you as an applicant, to put provisions into your plan that would help mitigate some of these other issues. Like I said, I think one of the big things is access and heavy truck traffic so near residential uses. So I don't think that's going to be very difficult to mitigate. So that is your option to pursue that, but I think it's going to be tough to get there.
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree?
No, I agree, and I just want you to realize that because it's I-2 right up against the R1, that intensity's already a lot for them, for the residents. And so to make this I-3 and that much more intensity, I would need access probably to the west to Sooner Road, so you weren't going through the neighborhood, and a large setback. So you can maybe work that out in an SPUD, but in a straight zoning case, I can't get behind that.
Yeah, that was our original plan, because we own property on the west side of the creek. We never intended to pass through the neighborhood, okay? We're not there every single day. We're not working all day long. This week, I went there just to check on some of the trucks, and I took some of the trucks, I just drove one of the trucks to take it to a weigh station, just to weigh the truck. That's all we did this week. We hardly ever there a whole week.
Yeah, they wanted us to open the other side of Southeast 61st, but they said if we open it, it would make it public to everybody. We didn't think that was fair to the neighbors to make that street access, have access for everybody to drive through. So that's why we didn't do that. But
If we are allowed to change
Yeah.
the zone into I-3, I mean, since we own property on the other side,
Yeah,
we
of
can
the
always
creek.
pursue to open a road
on the other side.
or a private, just for us and the neighbor that owns property in there, because the map shows that it should be 61st Street running through there, and it's not open. And if we can make it just private for us, then we can do that.
Okay. Well, I think that would need to happen first before we could consider this. So if that's a route that you want to pursue, then I would only say that you can start that process and come back to us in the future.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
We'll take a motion on this item.
So is it a motion to continue indefinitely, to allow them the opportunity?
Do you-
Or are we,
Would you like to continue this indefinitely and come back later, or we can just vote today to deny it and then you would bring it back later?
Let's save them their fee if we can.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. I just want to explain for them what that means to continue indefinitely. It would mean that the item would be off of the agenda until they came back and refiled. They would have to pay half their application fee and provide us a new notice so we could send out new notice.
but that may be a better outcome than getting a recommendation of denial, than waiting 6 weeks to go to city council for them to highly likely deny your application again, and then you'd have to pay the fee all over again if you wanted to come back and try to do a different zoning application. So at the very least, you might just take 2 weeks at least and think about your options, weigh your options, and then come back to us, and that would be at no cost to you immediately.
Okay. So we'll continue the item.
So I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to continue item 10 to the September 26th meeting of the Planning Commission.
Okay, I have
And
a
that will
motion.
still give you the option to continue it further if you need to.
Have a motion to continue the item. It's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes. That item is continued. All right, so now we're back to item 4.
Item 4 is KC 7680, final preliminary plat of Callity Nest, and that's located north of West Hefner Road and east of North Council Road.
All right. Is the applicant present?
Hello, Jessica Bloy with Johnson & Associates representing the applicant, 1 East Sheridan. The preliminary plat before you today is for Callity Nest. This is a 21-lot duplex development. If you recall on this property, we were before you about a month ago to rezone it to a straight R2. That was recommended for approval by this body, and it will be at City Council at the end of the month. We are in agreement with all of the TEs, and I am happy to answer any questions.
All right. This is my ward. I don't have any concerns. It's pretty straightforward. So if anyone else has anything, would love to hear it. If not, I'm unable to make a motion on it.
Was there anyone to speak on it?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Any commissioners have anything? No? With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve C7680.
I have a motion to approve item C7680. It's been seconded by Commissioner Pennington. Please cast your votes. And that item is approved. Item 5.
This is PUD 1504-SP01. It's an application for a specific plan pursuant to the approval of PUD 1504 located at 620 North Cemetery Road.
We have an applicant present.
Hello, my name is Brian Mills. I'm the pastor of Together We Church there at North Cemetery Road. And due to the growth recently of our church, praise the Lord for it, we are experiencing about 35 to 40% growth a year. And so we're adding a lot of staff members as a result of that since 2019 to today. And we're simply needing to add some offices. We're doing modular buildings for offices there within our church facility so we can take care of our staff really well, take care of the growth of our church as we continue to take care of our community. Josh is the one handling all of our architecture, who is also one of our church members and can tell you all the details that go along with that. So thanks for hearing it.
Thank you. I'm Joshua Hill with Studio Architecture. As Brian mentioned, there's been quite a bit of growth over the last couple of years, and what we are proposing to do is install a 10,000 square foot portable unit on the northeast side of the existing property. This will get it obviously away from the main building and the main church, but also have direct access to the new road that was just installed coming off of 10th, between 10th and the new building or the existing parking lot. As a result, we're adding, I think we're required 49 new parking spots just for the portable, but we're also taking this opportunity to fix up the parking lot just a little bit and square some things off. And so I think in total, we're adding 156 parking spots, but again, only 49 of those are required for the portable building itself. And then we're also meeting all of the landscape requirements as part of this new build. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Meek, this is Ward 3.
Thank you, Chairman. I spoke with the applicant and Mr. Hill, and we talked through several things regarding this. It seems to be, I don't see any issues. Do we have anyone signed up to speak regarding this? Okay.
I do not.
Any other architects, commissioners have any opinions regarding this? Okay. With that being said, I would like to recommend approval of PUD 1504-SP01.
We have a motion from Commissioner Meek, and just for the record, I'll state that staff's review of the specific plan for the development indicates the proposal is consistent with PUD 1504, Master Design Statement, and the Master Development Plan. That item's been seconded by Commissioner Pennington. Please cast your votes. That item passes.
Good luck.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Item 6.
Item 6 is PUD 2028, application to rezone 2038 South Sarah Road from PUD 1629 and PUD 1702.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, which is Ron Walters, who's also here with us. I know Ms. Powers has been here long enough to remember the fight that was the former Westbury Golf Course. When the golf course closed, there was a lot of concern and anger about what was going to become of that. Mr. Walters acquired what was the largest part of that golf course, and if you've looked at an aerial or if you've driven out there, you've noticed that almost all of what was a golf course is gone except for this part. And to his credit, he's done an amazing job developing that. I think that the senior living component has a pretty lengthy wait list, and it's been, I think, a wonderful addition for the area. So this part over here to the west is single family under the current PUD, and it will remain single family. All we're doing is modifying the minimum lot size from 6,000 to 5,000 feet, and then modifying lot coverage and some side yard setback because of a product that we want to build. What we have in the PUD is a 3-foot side yard setback, and talking to Commissioner Meek, the request was, could we require that there still be a minimum of 10 feet between structures, because although it's 3 feet on one side, it will be 7 feet on the other side. It's just a manner of how we want to orient the building. So we are fine with that, to add a TE that at the plat stage, we will show a 10-foot separation between buildings. So we're happy to add that TE. There are no other TEs, but we can add that.
Commissioner Meek, this is, again, Ward 3. You want to lead the discussion?
Yes, do we have anyone signed up to speak regarding this one? I know
No, I
that
don't.
I know that I appreciate the applicant having the neighborhood meeting with the group, and there's only 3 changes. They're all minor. And I agree with what we need to add as the TE, and we'll be happy to add that. If anyone doesn't have anything else, I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, I'd like to move to approve, recommend approval of PUD 2028 with a TE being added that at the plat stage, all setbacks will be shown, maintaining 10-foot separation between structures.
Have a motion from Commissioner Meek to recommend approval of City Council, item PUD 2028, subject to the technical evaluation as read in the record. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brings us to item 7.
Item 7 is case CPA 2024-6. This is a proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing land use topology area designation from rural low to rural medium. and this is located north of Southeast 59th Street on Choctaw Road.
So this is the Baneri Mujica Ortiz Planning Department. CPA 2024-6 is an amendment to the comprehensive plan land use map, changing the rural low Ludo base designation to rural medium. The associate application is PC 10944. Go back. It's important to mention that the original application was for the area in pink, that is approximately 30 acres, but staff recommended a bigger area due to the changes that have happened in that area. We can go ahead. So it is around Choctaw Road and North 59th Street. In terms of land use, we can see that the site right now is undeveloped, but surrounding the site, we can see that there is a lot of residential and rural residential going on. In terms of zoning, is zone AA to the east is POD 1370 for residential, and there's some residential to the north. In terms of the LUDA, right now the rural low for the site and the surrounding area, but just to the south of it, we can see rural medium. In terms of water, even though it looks like there's potential connectivity when we look into it, the closest is more than 5 miles, the closest connectivity, so we don't think. What is pretty common for rural to not have connectivity to water. In terms of sewer, there's not possibility for connection for sewer services in this area either. In terms of emergency services, the site is within rural services, rural response time for fire emergency services. In terms of environmental sensitive area, the site itself is pretty much covered with upland forest. We had a conversation with the person, the applicant, and he's willing to follow Plan OKC recommendations for areas with upland forest. In terms of riparian area, there is a riparian area and a flood area. You can go to the next one. And he's willing to maintain the riparian area and the flood area protected too. In terms of finding, the staff recognize that there have been changes in the condition of the site and the adjacent to the site that indicate that a change in LUDA is appropriate. The prevailing development pattern in the immediate vicinity consists of residential uses. The site is within preferred rural response time, that is the common for rural medium. And the applicant is proposing to follow Plan OKC guidelines for preserving upland forests and to maintain riparian areas. So based on that, the staff recommends approval of this application. If you have any questions.
This is Commissioner Privett's ward. He's obviously not here. Do any other commissioners have questions for staff?
I do, if nobody else does. I may not be following it, but it looks like almost all of this area, at least the proposed extended area, is already developed. So is it not in conformance with the current?
No, that's why we recommend the expansion, so we can bring it.
Because it's not in conformance, what?
Right now,
developed
right now is rural low, and that's why we recommend it, to expand it, so we can make it all rural medium.
So how did all that development happen if it was not?
The CPA was denied, but the zonification was approved.
Okay, so I've forgotten this one, okay.
All right. Anything else? I think we just need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve CPA 2024-06.
A motion to approve the item from Commissioner Noble. It's been seconded by Commissioner Pennington. Please cast your votes. And that item passes. Item 8.
Item 8 is case PC 10944, application to rezone 5701 South Choctaw Road from AA to RA2.
Is the applicant present?
Hi, my name is James Penn, and I just actually fly from Connecticut to here. And this staff just did a fantastic job explaining what we want to do. We basically want to change the zoning from AA to RA2. Well, originally we tried to do RA1, but we talked to city planning, and they recommend RA2. And after all the discussion, I'm very fine with RA2, so that's why we're trying to basically build some homes, 2 acres a lot, and we feel we can help Oklahoma building basically city more housing around here to increase the housing supply. That's really the purpose. This is exactly the same thing as what the staff was talking about earlier. We had a lot of conversation with the city planning and the staff. They're very helpful. They make the recommendation to me, say, let's change from RA1 to RA2, and also have my general contract here. If you have any question, we'll be happy to answer.
Okay. So here again, we've got an I2 proposed amongst some residential. Oh, RA2, sorry.
RA2, yeah. 2 acre lot.
Gotcha.
Yeah, all the neighbor, you can see the development actually less than 1 acre. We say, okay, we're happy with 2 acre lot. Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Do we have anybody signed up to speak, Mr. Chairman?
We don't. I believe I have one, but I believe it's the applicant, so.
And then I'd love to hear from Commissioners Meek and Newman about their concerns that led to them not supporting the comp plan amendment and how that impacts their view of this.
Sure. I think my concern is with the density of this allows, and that's why I voted against the comp plan change. The underlying density, I think, is inappropriate for this area, and the fact that there's no water and sewer.
Even at RA2?
At RA2, that's...
RA2 is 2 acres.
Is it 2? I thought it was 0.35.
2 acre lots, yeah.
Yeah. 2 acre lots. Sarah?
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. So the name of the district says 2 acre. However, the RA2 is guided by density, so the lot size can go down, in their case, to 3/4 acre or 1 acre, but it's limited by density, which is 0.35 to 0.45 dwelling units per acre, depending on how much open space is provided. With the change to the rural medium LUDA, that supports 0.5 dwelling units per acre. So this proposed zoning district actually would allow just a little bit less density than the comp plan would support, if that makes sense.
So if he would have come in with a PUD, minimum 2 acres, then you'd get what you wanted.
Right.
Right.
But this could be,
Because of the zoning, straight zoning.
could be shrunk as small as half an acre.
Yeah, but what's the density across the street on the other side of Choctaw? I find that hard to believe that those are 2 acre lots. That doesn't even look like a 2.
Those are 1 acre lots.
Yeah. Does that affect your analysis?
Staff's recommendation when the application first came in was to change it from RA, which allows the density up to 1 dwelling unit per acre, to the RA2, if they were seeking the comprehensive plan amendment. So the lot, it's
based on
lot
the
size
RA2
and the number of lots is controlled by the RA2, and they basically get an average of 2 acre. The number of lots is equal to about a 2 acre lot size.
And on this site, there happens to be a lot of common because of the creek and unbuildable area. And so the density of the houses could be a lot more dense than what we see. But at a minimum of 3/4 of an acre, right?
3/4 of an acre would be because there's without water and sewer, that would be
They have to
DEQ.
have septic or...
Both the RA and RA2 districts were designed, I believe, to allow for working around floodplain, large areas of trees that you want to preserve. So you're able to control density and do more of like a cluster development if you need to, but you can certainly do a 2 acre subdivision.
So when he comes back to plat, then we could make a decision on what the lot sizes were? Or
Essentially. We can't put in a TE on 2-acre minimum or anything because it's a straight zone.
Right.
Right.
And that's the problem after our study session regarding aerobics, and where I live in a home with an aerobic that's way too small of a lot to have aerobics. I would have liked some more guardrails on it for the lot size.
So maybe take a deferral to changes to a PUD?
Yes.
Or it could be done at the plat stage. If you have lot size concerns, it could be regulated then.
But then we've given the property owner rights that he can defend in court at that point. So our hands are in some ways tied. Yes, we could limit him at the plat stage, but it would be more wise for us to handle it now, in my view.
I agree.
Yeah, no, that would get my support if we could put, as Jeremy said, some more guardrails on lot size.
Yep.
Is the concern the 3/4 acre, like to be a minimum of one or?
At least an acre.
I know this group has mentioned one before as kind of a floor.
Yep.
I think the applicant said 2, so I like the sound of 2.
I like
Yeah,
2.
I'd be very happy to even take 2-acre lots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we would need then is for you to take a deferral and change the application to a PUD? Sarah, I don't think you want to do that.
If you would like a PUD, yes, you would have to defer it so we could change it. Staff would like to hear, is it only the lot size that you'd be seeking?
That's my main issue.
Does anybody need to know how many lots could be developed right now? So under AA, he could probably get 5 because he has a 5-acre minimum. And I think the maximum number of lots he could get under the new zoning district would be 13.
If 2-acre lots were the minimum, then that would mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but that we're essentially saying that there wouldn't be any common area. So if you have concerns about tree preservation, and they do have a substantial amount of floodplain, stream, and so on.
That he can't build in anyways, which would be then common area.
Yeah, so it would all be part of somebody's lot, all the forested area and all the stream and floodplain and, yeah. Whereas if he were allowed to do, like minimum lot sizes but the same overall density, then he could have some common space if that was the desire, to preserve some of that in common ownership and so on.
Yeah, my company and I really like Oklahoma City, and we invest heavily here, and we definitely working with the city planning kind of the staff very well, and we really hope this can move this project forward, and we'll continue. If I have any concern, we'll work with staff to really help answer any of your concern. Yeah.
The thing about the common area, though, that concerns me is it doesn't address the aerobic field concerns that we've had, because the common area is not an area you can discharge the effluent upon. And that's my biggest concern on this
I think
whole
we're going to
conversation.
have to prioritize whether it's the area needed for aerobic systems that decreases common area, or whether we want the common area.
The issue for me that's kind of bigger than this particular case, I guess, is that I think we don't want to encourage people to rezone more than they need, so that they can include a lot of open space, trees,
No, we don't have a plan.
creeks, whatever, when what they're going to end up with is a pretty tight cluster of pretty small lots. I don't want to see that happening. So
Right.
I like the idea. Surely the auspices of a model of a PUD would allow all of those issues to be worked out somehow in a way that makes sense. I think at a minimum, they've got to do that. But, what the specific size would be, I think for me, it's about the absolute need to accommodate the aerobic system. If that's what they've got, it's got to be accommodated.
Right.
If there's a way to do that and preserve as much common area as you possibly can, that's where I'd like to land.
If this were on city water, I'd be saying do the RA2, because you can preserve more trees, you can preserve the space. Like, I think that whole zoning is all about trying to be flexible so that we can meet the needs of the physical environment. And so I would have supported it. But again, after having that study session, we have to have these minimum lot sizes for aerobic systems.
I agree.
So I think there's consensus that we would like to see this come back to us as a PUD. How long do we need before we can hear that again?
I think in order to allow for the filing and then the public notice requirement, it'd have to be the second meeting in October.
Okay. So that's October 24th? Okay. Are you in agreement with that?
So do you need me come back to come with the PUD on October 24th? Is that what you're saying?
That's what we're going to vote on, if you're okay with, is that we're going to have a motion to continue this until October 24th, when we'll see it come back as a PUD.
Okay, that's fine.
You're good with that?
Okay.
Okay.
So just want you to know, I got up 2 o'clock in the morning, fly down. But so
well,
I was
we
hoping we
appreciate
can have
it.
a little bit more for my engineer. I do have a work with the engineer. They want to know what's the zoning so they can plan better. So really, as I said, I really hope you can consider that. We have no intention to. I think the PUD eventually will be very kind of similar to what this RA zoning, and I really hope you can consider that. It's really far away, and we'll be happy to satisfy your needs.
I think both you and staff heard what is important to us when we see it again, and so I think you have a good direction.
Okay.
Sorry, before you vote, could I have you ask the applicant how soon they think they would have a preliminary plat or a final plat?
How soon do you think you would have a preliminary
That's
plat?
the thing, is I need to work with my engineers right now. We have active development. I need to see how long it takes them to. It's very busy, all the engineers. I don't know if we can meet the October deadline, so that's the concern I have. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can always vote today to continue this, and then in the meantime, if you decide that more time's needed, we can work that out. All right, I think we're just ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue case number PC 10944 till October 24th.
A motion to continue the item to October 24th. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item passes. All right, item 9.
Item 9 is case PC 10946, application to rezone 1416 East Reno Avenue from R1 to I3.
Hi, my name is Neely Cook. I'm from Hartzog-Conger-Kaysen at 201 Robert S. Kerr, and I am here on behalf of our client, 1400 East Reno LLC. They are the property owner of 1416 East Reno, which is essentially a vacant strip of land, and we are seeking to rezone it from R1 to I3. Our client owns all of the surrounding property, and all of the surrounding property is actually zoned I3. This is the only little strip that's zoned R1. Our client has historically used the property, but now they lease it to advanced drainage systems, and they've been there for a while. Their business is growing, and they're kind of outgrowing the area that they're leasing from our client. And so they simply want to, once we get this rezoned, they will use the property immediately to the west, which is to the west of the property that ADS rents now, to store water pipes. That's all it will be used for. They also will build a gravel road from the property they're currently leasing onto 1416 East Reno, so their forklifts and trucks can move easily through the properties. Right now, they only have one entrance, which is the property they're currently leasing, and so their trucks go in and out there to and from Reno, and that causes a lot of traffic backup. And so their plan is after we rezone and we build the gravel road, they will also build an exit, a concrete driveway, to get the trucks out onto Reno, which will limit the amount of traffic that is currently backed up on Reno. So.
Great. Commissioner Pennington, this is Ward 7.
Thank you. Love to hear that about the traffic. I don't know if you've driven down Reno a few times to see it for yourself whenever there's the awkward transition of trucks trying to get in and out. So I think it's a relief. Obviously, I was as surprised probably as everyone else is that this was even R1 in the first place, which is totally inappropriate. So I'm fully in support of the application. I doubt there's anyone signed up to speak.
I don't.
Any questions from commissioners?
This is a good I3 location.
Yes. Yeah.
When I initially looked at this, I mean, obviously when you look down Reno, you know, it's heavy commercial. I see opportunities, and I know with, you know, FAM opening up and Ocana, this is going to become a new gateway from northbound traffic coming into FAM and Bricktown and all that. So I've always felt that it was appropriate to see some improvement in this corridor, and probably I think over time it's going to evolve into more commercial, retail, entertainment. But to my knowledge, there's no overlay, you know, in the works or anything like that. So I'm, you know, I kind of have some feelings about seeing this go to I-3, going to more strict, because I think it's going to complicate things later, but at the same time, everything is I-3 here. So it is very, very difficult to say no to this. So I'm a little torn on this, but.
I think, I understand that, certainly. Unfortunately, in the long run, this has been industrial, largely, I think on the other side of the street, some maybe a few hotels and a few things like that. But I think the industrial development has been pretty prevailing on this side of the street, and hopefully a lot of the commercial and other development that occurs as a result of FAM occurs further along Martin Luther King. I think that would be really nice to see that happen closer to that area, because I just don't see this area, this part of Reno changing very quickly anytime soon, even with FAM. And I share your optimism that I think it's going to really spur a lot of positive development for Northeast OKC there. But this particular spot, I think it's still really consistent with the surrounding area, and it's just the prevailing use in that part of Reno is industrial. And if it mitigates the traffic issues, because inevitably Reno will be traveled more frequently to go to FAM, that's also really helpful as well.
All right. Any others?
Yeah, I sympathize with your views on this completely, and in fact, as I look at it, in conjunction with I-40, and I hate to see, you know, there'd be more outdoor storage of an industrial kind along there, but it is what it is. I mean, that area of Reno is to look at this tiny sliver of a property and think, oh well, it could be, you know, something different. It is pretty unrealistic, I think. So.
All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to City Council approval of PC 10946.
I have a motion from Commissioner Pennington to recommend the item to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
It passes. Thank you. We've heard item 10. Item 11.
Item 11 is SPUD 1657, application to rezone 3217 North Lindsay Avenue from R1.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicants who are also here with us. This is an SPUD that would allow for a small multifamily project that's intended to be for senior living. We have, through the SPUD, limited it to a max of 10 dwelling units. Staff has recommended approval, and there are no technical evaluations. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Pennington.
Thank you, and I have met with the applicant about this project. I'm generally in support of this project, but you said the applicants are here?
Yes.
Can they come to the podium?
If you'd like that.
I would prefer that.
Would that make it more than generally supportive and just wholeheartedly supportive?
Yeah, absolutely. If they answer my questions the right way, then absolutely.
Come on, Chief.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, evening or afternoon.
No,
We're at
afternoon,
2:30. Okay,
evening,
we're doing
whatever
pretty
you
good.
call
Thank you. I understand from visiting with your attorney that you all have been visiting with the neighbors, that maybe you grew up in the neighborhood or have some connection to the neighborhood. All my question is, I want to make sure that your neighbors are in support of what you're trying to do. I personally am, but I'd love to hear your engagement with the neighbors and how they're feeling about this.
Yes, absolutely.
have no problem with visiting with more neighbors. But yes, it's a family home not far from this address, so we're vested. Grew up there over 50 years ago, so I'm happy to bring something more back to the community. Actually, it's dear to my heart because my aunt and uncle and now my mother will possibly be residing in the same community they grew up in. So that's my whole drive.
So you have met with some of your neighbors here?
Some.
So we're going to put both of our personal reputations on the line as this goes down the road.
If
to
you
make
walk
sure.
with me, your name's gonna be
Okay,
right there with me.
we're going to have to walk together,
Yeah.
because I do think obviously you know that
Yeah.
Northeast OKC needs more safe, comfortable, affordable senior housing. And so the idea is great, putting it in the neighborhood is great, as long as our neighbors are in support. And so that is my concern, but I think as long as you've been visiting with neighbors and we're prepared to do even more of those communications between now and council, I'm good with it. So I don't think there's anybody signed up to speak. Any questions? Then I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman, to recommend approval of SPUD 1657 to City Council.
I have a motion from Commissioner Pennington to recommend SPUD 1657 to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes.
Well, it says pass, so thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Item 12.
This is SPUD 1659, application to rezone 1900 North Martin Luther King Avenue from R1, R3, and HNO to SPUD 1659.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. John Pettis, 228, Robert S. Kerr here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is present. This is a unique piece of property. It is surrounded by I-2. When you look to the west and you look to the south, I-2. Then when you look around, you have I-3, I-1, and then further down, you have C1. The applicant wishes to redevelop this piece of property, but the applicant wanted to make sure she was being a good neighbor. And so that's the reason why you see it in a SPUD. You can see in item 1, all of the usage, and as well, we have met with the nearby neighbors. They would like to see this particular property redeveloped, and with that in mind, the applicant came with a SPUD instead of a C3 or I2, which clearly this planning commission was not around when all those I2s came about.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pennington?
Thank you, and I appreciate I did meet with the applicant. We met by phone yesterday, so you don't have to come to the mic and verify that we're both going to own this together, but because we're already there. But I think it's worth noting, as we just had this conversation about Martin Luther King and trying to spur more development along Martin Luther King, and so I think opening up more opportunities for this to be developed is a good idea. And so I'm in support of that and appreciate the conversations. I just had a few questions for staff about some of the use units. So Sarah, if you don't mind, and I warned the applicant that I was going to ask these questions too, because I was like, don't panic, I just want to check on them.
He did not warn me.
I didn't warn you, Sarah, but you're so good on your feet, you're so smart.
And you used to it by now.
Exactly. Yeah, she's very good, she does a great job. Okay, spectator sports and entertainment. What does that mean that those uses have to be indoors? That's I'm just concerned about that. We tear down the property, I know it's not a lot of space, but I'm just concerned about what that means.
Okay, so the one that's in the PUD is the restricted one, so yes, indoor.
Okay. That was my biggest concern, because everything else I believe would be indoors as well. I think it'd be great to see this redeveloped. I'd love to see more housing included within it, because we could certainly use more affordable housing in our area. So I'm in support unless there are other questions from commissioners.
Now, applicant does agree to the TE, by the way.
Excellent.
All right. No other questions?
right, Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to City Council approval of SPUD 1659.
A motion to recommend the item to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes. That item passes. Good luck.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
Item 13 has been continued. Item 14,
This is SPUD 1667, application to rezone 1624 North Broadway Avenue from PUD 1915 and DSHA to SPUD 1667.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. It's good to see you. We are here on behalf of the applicant. We were here about a year ago doing the PUD that covers from 16th down to 13th and put it into a unique PUD that really utilized the existing spine easement that runs north and south because of the type of uses that were anticipated at the time. We have a new development that is coming forward, and that's the Papado Restaurant. And members of the Pappas family are here. Evie and Chris are here today to support their case. But they want to bring one of their famous restaurants into our city. And they've chosen this site for many reasons. I'm not going to let them discuss that with you. But in order to make this work, we had to come back with a new application. And the reason for the new application is adjusting the setbacks that were part of the guidelines of the downtown development guidelines to have, a two-story building within 10 feet of the property line. So you could see this was our entire development. This lower one-third is in process. The plans have been approved. Construction's about to start. This is anticipated to be a multifamily project, and this is the subject 3-acre tract that we're trying to change the zoning to allow it to be built. You can see by this map, and I simply brought this to show, in this part of the downtown fringe, it's kind of a transitional area. There's not been a lot of redevelopment here yet. There is about a half a block to a block north of 16th Street that is still pretty urban, and then you drop into residential on the west with warehouses in front, and then, as many of you know, the bakery and the old hardware store up on Broadway as you go further north. The track that is very narrow on the west side of the overall track was created when Broadway was expanded many years ago. The acquisition of right-of-way to expand Broadway made those lots narrower than they were historically or platted. So that creates this unique situation where the Papados building is a specific size. Their footprint is pretty general. They changed the outside of their buildings a lot of landscaping, very attractive. But the use that they have created over the many years they've been in business requires a certain circulation and use inside the restaurant, just like any of our local restaurant tours that have multiple stores would have. This narrow block was created by Broadway's right-of-way, but it leaves this spine easement that goes all the way downtown. And although I didn't bring a picture of it, inside that spine easement is you all are familiar with the H-frame electrical poles that are typically used down major alleys. We have a lot of them downtown. And the OG&E, AT&T, and Cox are all on that. They're willing to lower it in place, but they're not willing to vacate the easement. We've been working with them probably for a year and a half on all 3 tracks, and that's the result we're at. So this application, as I go into what it's going to look like, is the basis of that is the uniqueness of the site, unable to push this building up here. The other developments are smaller footprints and can fit in this narrow space. In talking with the staff, which we've been doing for several months, we talked about alternatives. What could we do to make it a feel like that urban setting? And we felt like, and I've used this in the past, that we could create that barrier, but create a soft barrier with landscaping. That way we wouldn't have any blank walls that people could hide behind and create an unsafe condition. So the developer is willing to expend and give up about 20 feet of land, which gives up a row of parking in their parking lot and allows us to put in very heavy land screening and landscaping along with a low wall and a hedge to create this boundary edge as you're walking up the sidewalk or biking up the sidewalk. We are proposing angle parking on Broadway. It's part of a plan that we discussed with the planning staff and Public Works, again, many months ago, but it is all-inclusive. It's part of the overall master development here that angle parking will be proposed, and we lose a lane on Broadway. If you've been up and down Broadway of late, it's, full 4-lane, 14-foot lane widths. It's very wide. If we lose a lane, it allows us to have lanes north and south and left turns, which accommodate the traffic that's there today. The advent of 235 has taken the load off of Broadway. So with the landscaping as the barrier, we are asking that the commission consider that this would allow us to set the building back further than desired by the downtown development regulations. And in addition to that, we've added the reduction of signage. So we've reduced our sign to an 8-foot sign in the front and a single pole sign on the northeast corner that would be visible from the highway. And we've restricted the heights on that, 8 feet and 30 feet on the back. We removed that row parking that I mentioned in the site plan. We've increased the landscape buffer by 18 feet. We've doubled the street tree requirements, and it'll require a safe pedestrian access to the south, connecting the the residential traffic coming from the south. The staff had originally asked for a pedestrian and vehicular connecting point, but because of the nature of the community that would be developed there as residential, pedestrian access point, we believe, is a safer solution. Regarding the TEs, just again, by the nature of my ask, the buildings along, the TE1 is buildings along North Broadway being within 10 feet. We can't agree to that. Modifying the landscaping, yes, we can agree with number 2. Number 3, our current PUD allows a drive on Broadway. And so we are asking that we want to maintain that drive at this location that lines up with one of their traveling parking lanes. So that's one drive here. On 16th Street, we're showing one drive, but we could add another, the current PUD, and this PUD allows it to be added per code as long as we meet spacing. And then last, as I mentioned, the vehicular and pedestrian, we can agree with the pedestrian connection, but not the vehicular connection in TE4. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'd invite the Pappas group if they have a few words to say before I sit down.
Thank you for taking the time to hear us today. I'm with my niece, Evie Pappas. I'm Chris Pappas, and she's our chief architect. It's a family company. We've been in business for over 100 years with my grandfather in the restaurant business, and we've had Pappadeaux's in the marketplace for about 40 years. And when we've looked at Oklahoma City for many years, as some people know, that this has been an interesting site for us to come to this market for years, and we're looking forward to it. We're real family oriented. We're gonna own this piece of property. We own it outright. We're gonna build it. We're gonna be here. We want to be here for decades, like we have been. Our restaurants are destinations. That's what we want to be, and we want to be able to draw people from the entire metro Oklahoma City area. And so we put a great staff in our places that are really become very talented and really help the city, draw more people to that area. And we're looking forward to being part of your community. We're very community oriented, and we love the site, and we invest a lot in our properties because we want to make them kind of Disney-like at the end of the day when they come and eat at a Papa Do's. It's more than just your eating. It's an experience, and that's what we want to give to you in what we're doing. And so we're looking forward to how we come out here and want to be part of your community. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate everything Chris said. We are family business, generation 1, generation 2. We have several family members working. We give back to the community, and I run our development team, our design team, and we really build beautiful stores. We always integrate landscaping into our sites. If you take a look, we have a lot of sites that we do where we have very beautiful approaches with landscaping. So this is something we know how to do, and like Chris said, we build a beautiful building, we maintain it well, and I think we can be a great add to Broadway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of me?
I'll let Mr. Govine speak first. I do have one, though.
You have someone signed up to speak?
No, I don't. I have a question.
Okay, well, why don't, I have one, I have some remarks, which I don't think will be a surprise to the applicant, but why don't you ask your question, because I also have one just
Okay.
on the fly question, too.
So you mentioned regarding the easement that OG&E will bury it, but they want to leave the easement in place. Has there been any discussions, is there any opportunity to maintain the easement but shift it to the east at all?
Their reaction was, we'll bury it, but we won't relocate it. The alignment of that easement, it feeds all of the downtown and the Bricktown area. And so they want to retain that alignment. They don't want to give up their easement rights.
Even if it were basically the same exact easement, just 30 foot to the east?
We presented it 7 different ways to Sunday to them.
All right.
Okay, well, I had a question on, I'm going to zoom in and then zoom back out, but TE number 2 mentions the landscaping and specifies that any wall along Broadway will be 4 feet high, and if plantings are used, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't say at least 4 feet, it doesn't say no more than 4 feet, it says it will be 4 feet high. Is there something to that, or is it just, how did that language come about?
That's just, you can kind of see there, we were just trying to get some language that might replicate either kind of a site-proof situation, or at least mostly site-proof. Have the landscaping, if the planning commission wanted and the city council were to allow kind of this more kind of suburban type development, then you would at least have that landscaping there, whether it be a hedgerow like they're showing here, or a berm, or a half berm with the wall, just getting the height right so that it kind of screens the parking. So it could be, at least 4 feet or whatever is appropriate.
Okay, so it's about the screening component to the landscape requirement.
Above the
It's not
headlights.
saying, okay. I just wanted to understand the logic and how.
Yeah, so
And that's been applied in many of the other districts as well. If we end up with parking adjacent to the street, like in Bricktown, we screen it off.
Right, okay.
I suspect the intent of that is you want it high enough to screen bumpers and headlights and vehicles, but you still want to be able to see over it.
As was mentioned earlier, for safety and just visibility reasons, don't necessarily need a 6-foot wall, but something that you can see over, but provides some screening and beautification.
Yeah, okay. Understood. Well, I'm just going to say where I am on this. I'm one member of this commission. I speak for myself alone. Obviously, we'd love to have Papadou in Ward 6. I think they're great operators, they're great restaurants. All the things that were mentioned that they want to achieve and the guest experience and all that, I don't believe that those components are unachievable with the TEs that are written by staff and circulated back and forth amongst the applicant. So I just have an issue with relaxing TE1. The 10-foot setback is a very important component of the Broadway corridor. I think breaking this SPUD out of the originally negotiated PUD is a big mistake. And I think that it establishes a precedent on a prominent corner that inevitably will get repeated or will want to be repeated. And I don't think that's the right way to start construction on this overall PUD, which is really fairly recently approved and with great support from the commission. One of my concerns, so I'll go for a couple of specific, one of my concerns is the original PUD says 50% of the frontage is to be a minimum of 2 stories and 30 feet tall. By taking this chunk out, we've thereby reduced that. Now it's 50% of a much shorter distance. So that's reducing a different PUD that still stands, that we can't go and retroactively raise the requirement for the southern portion of that development as a result of approving this. So I don't know quite how to deal with that in my head, but I think part of that is where staff is trying to mitigate that by increasing at least 75% of the building length on North Broadway shall be 20 feet high. In any case, you don't agree with that TE as a starting point, but that's one of my concerns. The street frontage does not address the Broadway as an urban corridor in the core, in a important part of Midtown, downtown OKC. I appreciate the landscaping and site constraints and efforts to mitigate the situation. I'm not convinced that that's enough to do it. I think that the concerns about limiting drives on arterials, increasing connections between uses for traffic and efficiency, sharing parking with contiguous developments, concentrating access for new retail at shared entry points. These were important parts of the PUD that I think need to remain in this new development, even if it's broken out as an SPUD and sold separately. I understand that can still be done. This development does not promote pedestrian circulation on Broadway. It promotes parking and walking from your car to get to the restaurant, but it doesn't encourage an urban condition between wherever this SPUD starts and 16th, which is was an important component of the original PUD. I think it is possible to fit this building and this plan in a possibly slightly stretched version on the eastern portion and park on the west, screening the parking with the building along Broadway. I think that would be wonderful. I think it would take very little effort to make that work. And there's nothing stopping that in this development. So we'd love to have this restaurant in this location. I think that's quite possible while meeting the TEs that are written in the application. So it's about a site-specific design, not about dropping a standard model onto a site that works very well on suburban and more fringe, high traffic areas near highways. This is perfect. I get it. That's where they build these. This is downtown. It should be a site-specific design for downtown that fits the downtown development regulations.
Understand. Thank you for your comments. As you've mentioned, it's not a surprise. We understand your take on that. And we've been, as you know, our firms have been very, very supportive of the urban development, been involved in many urban developments. This is a situation where you have a desired clientele that wants to be here, but we can't, in their minds and in their market, they can't change their design to make it work. And the developing team, which includes the developers to the south, have worked constantly with utilities to try and open this site up, and we couldn't get it done. And so you'll see on the south two parcels that I showed, one that's the bottom third that's already been designed. We have a drive that will share that easement where the H poles are. So that's how we're resolving it down there, is we're taking a drive up that will serve a narrow retail that butts against Broadway, and then larger box buildings, an office building, a parking structure, a hotel, hopefully in the future. On that bottom third track, the middle track will be all mixed residential. And the developer's working on a site plan now, but he will not want to have contiguous road pathway through a residential development.
I appreciate that ask, actually, and I was going to mention one of the items that I could see, you know, the PUD has a requirement for a specific plan. So we haven't seen that come back to us yet. So I don't believe, so this would break that out of the specific plan requirement. I can get my head around striking the vehicular connection to this site and just keep, like TE4, keeping the pedestrian connection and leaving it at that, understanding that, yeah, I get it. But I can't get around number one.
I mean, I voiced a similar when we had our briefing with the applicant and the owner earlier this week. I mean, I have a concern over that same issue as well. They are going to a lot of effort to improve walkability on North Broadway, but with the developments that are going on to the south, you've also got the proposed development that's happening on the northwest corner of 13th and Broadway. That's going to be urban to the frontage, built to the right of way. I anticipate that Broadway is going to expand further north, keep expanding further north as redevelopment occurs. And while right now this is on the fringe, and that's an argument for them doing what they're proposing to do, I don't think they're going to be the fringe, in the future. And so we're going to have this hole. And while I appreciate, the parking on Broadway, I feel that, it creates an odd gap between the restaurant and the street, and I really think that it needs to front.
So far, I'm actually agreeing with both of you, but I at least need to ask this clarification on the uniqueness of the spot. You say it's going to leave that gap just to the south of these three that we're kind of talking about, this one and the other. Is that lone park in front of the Contemporary Arts Center or whatever? I've always wondered why that little park is there. Is it because of the OG&E easement? Is it because of something? So I guess my point would just be, I like the frontage. Broadway has a great feel, Automobile Alley. But there is already that really large space that is it's nothing but a huge median park. It's a neat little park. But there is some reason that there are already gaps and a lack of frontage on Broadway. It's out the window of my office across from Jimmy B's there.
Yeah, but it's a people space. It's not a car space.
But that's also what's being developed with the PUD 1915. So that's what this is being broken at. This site is a part of that PUD, which has a plan and a specific plan requirement for what's coming there. This is being taken out of that and done with a very different approach, which is really where I started with my concerns.
You guys are much more experts than me. My point is just that there is a long stretch where there is not frontage of buildings 10 foot from the street.
As it
on
currently,
Broadway,
you're correct.
And I don't think it will ever change. I don't know who owns that. I don't think that's going to be developed into frontage on Broadway. I think
There's
it's
a
gonna
sign
remain-
up for that right now.
What's that?
There is a sign up suggesting that that's exactly what's happening.
It's,
And we have
park
approved
is
it within the last
privately
year.
owned and will be developed.
Yeah, by this, the
Make
group
sure we're
that's
talking about,
controlling.
make sure we're talking about the same spot.
Yeah, he's
I'm
talking
talking about
south of,
further south,
South of Fifth, 13th.
yeah.
in front of the
Oh,
Contemporary
okay, that
Arts.
section. I'm talking about between 13 and 16.
Okay,
You're
no.
talking about further south from
I'm talking about what I
Gotcha.
believe will be a permanent, not fronting Broadway
Yeah.
on the east side.
Yes, we have a cultural facility of a prominent museum that sets back. Yes, I'm okay with that part.
And it's not just that, I think it may be it's a couple blocks
Mm-hmm.
long or something. I mean, it's,
To
so
your point,
there is a
Mr. LaForest.
distinction already on the east side of Broadway. I'm not
That's
saying that
fair
necessarily means we should make another one at this spot. I'm just pointing out there's already.
Fair point.
Understood, yep.
Can I just a few things quickly? I thought about this site, and obviously I met with the applicants, but I was thinking about this site, and the first comparison that came to mind, one, I wondered why this wasn't Ward 7, so I don't know what misconfiguration of redistricting, why it's not. But anyway, I might be relieved right now. But I was thinking about the overlay that we have on Lincoln Boulevard, which is in Ward 7, and also a similar requirement to bring the buildings close to the street to make it more appealing. And we made an exception that was debated heavily to allow the homeland to be constructed on 36 and Lincoln. Now, obviously, a restaurant does not compare to the need for a grocery store in a food desert. But the point that I'm making is, I think that part of what needs to be in this discussion is the value add of having a major restaurant retailer in this area that has lacked that. And I think we have to decide whether the value of the use means we should be more adaptable to how we can make this site useful to the other issues that we all care about. Connectivity, pedestrians being able to use it, the way that it feels for the people to interact with the building along the street. I think all of that is really important for us to weigh, not just the adherence to the originally proposed PUD. I also think that the applicant's done, I trust our resident landscape architect, our chairman, to tell us that the way that it's written will lead us to the way that it is shown in the conceptual plan. But I really think the conceptual plan is pretty appealing. I really do. And I also know that we'll have to have sidewalks along Broadway and sidewalks along on 16th Street too. And so there is some appeal. I also shared the concern about us creating an island from the rest of the PUD, and I asked the applicant about that as well. And I'm not totally satisfied that people who want to be in a residence somewhere south can't have any connectivity to commercial. I think they're going to live to regret that at some point, and I think we should also be talking about that as well. But I think getting high quality development with high quality operators should also be something that we value. And I think that we should weigh that along with the planning concerns that have already been lifted up.
Thank you, Mr. Pennington. I think if I might address the commission, I think you made a good point that I probably didn't make a good point of because I'm rusty at this. But the fact that we have a tool, the SPUD process, allows us a tool for these unique situations. We use the same tool in 36th and Lincoln and in other places around town. The fact that we have that tool allows for these unique conditions to be applied, and then we make an effort to recreate what is the desirable. And I know Mr. Govine doesn't agree. We did look very hard. We hired professional landscape architects to help us evaluate this corner and put in something that we felt could be safe as well as create the softscape wall that we were after. Obviously, you go with taller walls, you create blank and dark spaces. It's not a good planning tool or design tool. So that's how we've done it. That's how we've presented it. If there are any other changes that would benefit a decision, we'd entertain those, but I think moving the building is one we cannot.
I think for me, I've been asking myself for years why there's no Papados restaurant in Oklahoma City. And Commissioner Pennington's remarks about that, I think, are significant. I think it also is, by being located here rather than, say, in Bricktown, it's giving people a reason to walk up Broadway, a really significant reason. This will be a huge draw. And it will be, as they are hoping, I feel quite certain, a draw from the entire city. And so I have less concern with the urban feel of this particular piece of property. I feel like it really is on the upper end, the fringe, is not the word I would use, but it really is on the upper end of that corridor. Maybe someday that development will occur, will continue all the way up Broadway, but yeah, we can hope. But to me, I think this is a great fit for this location. All I had to do is look at the size of those electrical and et cetera, H poles. And, yeah, we all know that OG&E is not the easiest company in the world to negotiate with or get things from. They have what they have. The law favors them in their easements. They don't have to move them. And, I get that. Burying them wouldn't accomplish anything. You can't build across that, so.
They're going to be buried, though.
They'll be
either way.
buried.
I'm sorry?
They're going to be buried either way, though.
Well, but I mean, you can't build across that, is the point. So, I mean,
Right.
that doesn't gain anything for this conversation. I am comfortable with pedestrian access to the south, the sidewalks along Broadway and 16th. I have no problem with that. I don't see a reason to eliminate the driveway onto Broadway that is currently, existing in the plan for the property, just because we're changing the use there. Or we're not even doing that. They're not here in front of us today because they need our permission to build a restaurant here. So, I mean, it's not even a change of use in that sense. I'm very much okay, with all due respect to Commissioner Govine and his views on this, I'm very much okay with this application as it's been stated.
I was just going to say something real quick, if it's okay. Jonathan Dotson. I was part of the Pivot project, which is the original developer for the whole 13 acres. And I appreciate everything that's being said. As someone who sold my car and rode my bike for 2 years only around Oklahoma City, what Dan has said, I think obviously I get and empathize with. I think we've spent 2 years on this project, calling, I think, every major food and beverage person that you would want to come to our city to showcase both our city and allow them to basically be a great food and beverage spot for the city. And because of the way where our city is at in its time, a lot of them said we need someone to go first. We don't want to be the first ones into that market. We'll go to Dallas, we'll go to Denver, but we're not going to go there. And so I was hearing your kind of slippery slope conversation. If we do this for Papados, then are we going to have to do this for everyone? My answer would be no, and I don't think you will find us up here again in an urban site asking you to make a special exception. We need someone who's willing to take a chance to come in and do this so that the next time we call another national food and beverage concept and say, would you come to our city, they can look at how well Papados is done and said, okay, we're willing to come. We want to do that. And so I think it's important for the urban core for them to be here because I think we'll be able to get more food and beverage concepts like that. And in reality, we're still, I know it's 3 acres, right? So I get that's a big deal, but we're still adhering the other 77-ish% to all of the things we went before you. And our project on the south 5 acres is currently, we're going to be moving dirt in the next 30 days. And so we're actively moving with this site. So what we proposed, I think we really hoped could happen. But after 2 years, I think having Papados here and bringing what they do to the city is a really big deal. And so I think that's why we decided we wanted to go this route. So
I completely understand and agree with everything you just said. The idea about the drive on Broadway, I think it's a fair point to discuss. I mean, The PUD south of us that this is being removed from has the ability to build 2 drives. That won't change with this PUD. That's 3 drives on Broadway. So we're increasing the drives on Broadway by allowing that. That isn't really the sticking point to me. Still, it's the distance from the curb. It's just all these comments. I mean, can you put the landscape picture back up one more time? I mean, I appreciate you've had a landscape architect do some renderings. Look at these renderings. Does anyone honestly think that you're only going to see trees when you walk by here? No, you're going to see the restaurant. The whole point is to have visibility. You're going to see nothing but a stucco restaurant with some stone applied to it in a sea of parking. I'm sure they're going to use high-quality stone, and it's going to be a great look, but that is not what this site's going to look like when you walk by the sidewalk on Broadway. So I'm not convinced by that image, I'm afraid. I still have concerns that, like I said, we want to get these people in Oklahoma City, but by allowing the standard model downtown, that means the next franchise that comes along says, we'll come to Oklahoma City as long as you let us put whatever we want right wherever we want it. And the Planning Commission is going to allow it because, and I favor development. I'm in this business, so this is really hard for me. I love you guys. I think you guys do great work all over the city. We work together, but in this case, I have my personal opinion. I can't budge on the 10-foot setback requirement.
All right. Any other comments? Are we ready for a motion?
Let me ask, is this a recommendation to City Council? Is that right? I probably shouldn't be speaking up again because I still agree with both of you. I'd rather not have to make an exception here. I'd rather us keep buildings at the front. If it can be stretched, I'd love Papados to do a new shaped building stretched in frontage and not have to make an exception. Yeah.
Can we ask the applicant a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Are there any other locations that are not this building? Like any other urban locations elsewhere in the country?
Any other locations that are?
That are not this standard footprint? Have they modified a standard footprint before elsewhere in the country?
Well, when they started, they started in different existing buildings.
Okay, have they built it?
As they've grown, my understanding is that their design type has been the same. The exterior of the buildings change. They look different. But the inside, from what I understand, and Evie can answer that better than I can, but that's what they build.
So they have one standard footprint. When they build, they have one standard footprint. And I'm sure that goes back to operations and all that, but.
That's correct.
So you care to elaborate on that?
A lot of our buildings are 30 years old, even 40 years old, so we do have a variety of types. The types that are not standard are ones where we've gone into an existing building typically. But when we build now, we have maybe 2 or 3 types that we build, and they're all fairly similar to what we're showing here.
So I'm still the non-expert, so would love to hear you say that you could make an exception here. You could have a stretched rectangle one, and these guys are happy. Everybody else is happy because we get a Papados. I'd love the best of all worlds to happen on this spot, but that's easier for me to say because I don't design buildings or landscaping or anything. But I would love to hear by the time this one's going to City Council, but maybe it needs to be sooner than that.
I think, we haven't. Yes, I hear what you're saying. I'm an architect, we can think through these things, I understand. We just have efficiencies in our kitchen and our design and our layout. To sort of stretch it that way, how are we going? It's going to affect our operations. It's going to affect our efficiencies. I mean, there is a monetary impact to us if we don't go with one of our models. In terms of head count, how waiters are running food, how the kitchen's laid out, how efficient we are, and we have a model for our kitchen that's pretty standard. That doesn't change. And right now, we're working on, this site as we haven't built a new store in some time, so we've been looking really closely at how we can make the most efficient model that's going to work the best for our business. And I don't think it's an urban edge. I mean, I know it's not an urban edge. That's not an efficient model for us. And again, we have a financial impact as well as operational impact. It affects us in many ways.
I have looked at your locations, and the thing that I noted, aside from Oaklawn and Dallas, which is not next to a freeway, it's a more inner city site, and it's not this standard model, all of the ones that do fit this model are next to freeways. Or they're, you also have airport locations.
Interestingly, the one you suggest is almost an example of the situation. It's in an urban environment, and it's not set on the street. It's set back. It's set back. So it actually is, it's this exact condition. It's a little bit more urban.
It's hard up against other buildings, though, on like the back side.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's hard, it's up against other buildings on one side. It's not surrounded by parking on all sides. It has parking to sort of two sides.
I mean,
So you are shoved against a property line on one side of that.
yeah, but that's the alley. It's the alley.
It's an urban edge, isn't it? Just like Broadway is more important than an alley in downtown Oklahoma
No,
City, is what I'm
I
saying.
think you're mistaken, quite frankly. That building on the main streets is set back. It's set back, and it has parking to approach. It's actually very similar to this model.
Well, okay, understood.
So to end mine, I'll say, I appreciate you answering all that. I'm more like Commissioner Powers on this one. I know the street really well. I work on the street. I drive it every day. Because that park that is 3 blocks long has already changed it a little bit it's changed it on the east side. And then these developers in other areas, they're bringing it back to the frontage. That's great. To have another exception here, I'm okay with. Farther up north, then you've got the bakery, and then you've got a meat company, you've got Habitat. They are all set back. If that's the way it remains, if this does not grow with frontage 10 feet from the street all the way to 23rd, then so be it. It's not now. There's a difference south of that park into downtown versus at that park in north. And so it's just, from that park north, the east side of Broadway is not fronting. Automobile Alley is wonderful. I wouldn't allow somebody to tear their buildings down and scoot them back. It is what it is, but this is gonna go to city council. I don't know if they'll agree, but I will. They've got me like Commissioner Powers for this location.
Is there someone else that wanted to speak?
Yes, my name is Scarlett Lacow, and I own the building 20 Northwest 13 of 13 and Broadway, and I also live on 515 Northwest 13, which is in Ward 6, and I'm also a developer myself, and I am thrilled. We are thrilled to have this development in our neighborhood. We have heard a lot of news how local restaurant has been closed down. Number one reason, because we don't have enough rooftops around the urban core area. The second is also one of the main factors is Oklahoma City is still car-centric city. Everyone move around the city in car. Even if you live around the urban area, you have to drive a car. And I myself live on 13, work on 13, but by 3:30 p.m. every single day, I have to be in the car to move my kids around. So cars is eccentric. And then one of the reasons why local restaurants fail, because number one, people still want convenience of cars. And if you go to Fogo de Cow on Friday nights, you see how bustling that is. That is the reason, because they understand the market. They understand the convenience of customers to come to the restaurants. And with this development here, we are thrilled and to have them in our neighborhood. And also we understand, like, to drive the traffic, the operations. Restaurant is a tricky business. It's not that easy. And we need to open up our mind to accept a concept new in the fringe of the urban core in order to spark other developments spreading down to the Midtown area. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lacow, if I could just ask, I do have you signed up on another item, so when you get a chance, can you fill out a form for this item? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
I have to say, I've been quiet over here, but I appreciate what you're saying, Dan, and I agree with it. And I'm a little bit divided on this, because to me it feels kind of cookie cutter, but at the same point in time, I think I'm okay with, at some point in time, Broadway having a transition to where not everything's 10 feet from the street. I wish that there was a little bit more effort on the part of the developer, so this wasn't quite so cookie cutter, but I think I'm okay with it.
All right. We've had quite a bit of discussion. Are we ready for a motion? Commissioner Govine, would you like to make a motion, or would
Well, I'm
you-
trying to determine what to do here. I'm going to vote against this, but it may pass anyway. That's okay. How do I make that motion?
I think you should make the motion you want, which is to recommend denial, and let's see where it is, because that's where you are. That's where you are.
I thought that there was probably going to be some willingness to consider the TEs and come to some compromise, but what I'm hearing is absolutely not on 1, 3, and 4, and we'll allow 2 to stay. Is that where the applicant is?
Real quick, Commissioner, if I was then making a motion to approve, if yours was failing, I think the driveway, TE3, unless there's a hard reason for them to have that driveway, I didn't get into that weed, but I don't think that driveway should be permitted onto Broadway. I think they should be able to access it from 16th Street. No, I would have thought they could give on that one.
From a traffic circulation standpoint, it's better to have the drive in both locations.
Sure.
They're going to be competing with trash and delivery service if we have 2 drives on 16th. The drive on 13th, the drive on Broadway, it meets the code, it meets the setback and separation codes from the intersection of 16th adequately and exceeds them. We would like to leave that in. To Mr. Govine's point, we are a no on 1 and a no on 3, but we're good on 2 and 4 if it's amended to take vehicular connection out. I think
I'll be more than happy to make a motion to approve on that basis.
That's probably a better way forward then.
Okay.
Because otherwise I'd be making a motion to approve and then voting against it, which seems like that shouldn't be allowed.
I've done it before.
Should be against the rules either way. Have you? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, on that basis then, I will move to recommend approval to SPUD 1667 with the condition of striking TE number 1 and modifying TE4 to strike the reference to vehicular connection.
We're also deleting 3.
And deleting TE3.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Powers to recommend approval of the City Council.
Just 2 things. One, Sarah, I think, has something to say before we actually vote.
Sorry, for the access, could you please state how many accesses? Currently, it doesn't provide a number.
To allow for 3 accesses, 1 on Broadway, 2 on 16.
First Street.
And then my next question is, are we sufficiently satisfied with the landscaping requirements? Okay.
Yes. So I think what Sarah was trying to say is specify entrances per street.
1 on Broadway, 2 on 16th.
we agree with that.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion from Commissioner Powers to recommend approval, City Council of SPUD 1667, subject to the amended technical evaluations. And are we waiting for a second?
No?
I'm going to leave the commission with the last words. If you wait, we're going to see this again, and they're going to be asking to do the same thing. And they'll have a stronger case because we allowed this one.
All right, item passes. Good
Thank
luck.
you so much, and I can't tell you how much fun it's been being back in front of you guys again.
I'll look forward to eating there nonetheless.
Anyways, I want to say thank you so much, and to Dan, we're going to make a beautiful store, I promise. And I agree with you, Rusty, that you can make an urban edge with that will be appropriate with landscaping, and we will do that. So, thank you, everybody.
Look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
All right, item 15.
Item 15 is SPUD 1651, application to rezone 4235 Northeast 122nd Street from SPUD 1293.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here with us. So what this SPD represents is an opportunity for a unique multifamily development. And why I say it's unique is if you look at the SPUD MDS, what it says is, although we allow the multifamily residential use unit, the intent here is to develop these into, oftentimes they're called the big house or mansion-style apartment buildings. so that it's not your traditional garden style, but rather it's a more interesting architectural way to do multifamily. So what we've said is multifamily residential limited to a maximum of 4 multifamily structures arranged in a manner to aesthetically mimic a larger mansion/single-family home as depicted in Exhibit C that have been divided into a triplex, 4plex, or 5plex. What you see here is the first rendition of what our site plan looked like. And you'll notice here we have multiple buildings. It was spread out over, I think at the time, 8 different buildings. And we had 40 dwelling units allowed within the SPUD. And notably, along our western, could you put up the aerial, please, Jared? Along the western line, we were only set off about 15 feet. So we had a neighborhood meeting, and at the neighborhood meeting, concern was expressed about the number of buildings, some density concerns, and how close we were to that western line. You'll notice that west of our site is a home. The home is set off a pretty good amount of distance. I think it's about 130, 140 feet. The individual maintains a tennis court and perhaps some sort of barn structure there up against that, their eastern line or western line. So what we did was we went back to the drawing board and we've redesigned the site now, and the language I just read, it's that maximum of 4 multifamily buildings. And notably, we now have a setback requirement from our western property line of 132 feet. I think the 132 feet represents the greatest setback I think that I've been a part of from a property line to a residential structure. In addition to the 132-foot setback from that western line, we also require a 15-foot landscape buffer along the west and along the north. Now, what you see, could you go back? Sorry, Jared. The aerial, it is worth noting because I think you're going to hear that they want a similar setback on the north. So if you look at our north property line and north on that aerial, there's nothing built there. It is solid trees, solid dense forest. So our effort was to screen and push back from the only existing structure that exists to the west, and we think we've done that. We've also limited density to 30 total dwelling units. I handed this out, but we also made a larger exhibit, and why I show it is, I think you're going to hear about density too, so I think it's important to look at what we have. So our subject site is right here. It's approximately 6.9 dwelling units per acre, which from a multifamily standpoint is significantly low. If you think about what R4 under the bulk standards allows, it's about 34 dwelling units per acre. Here, even though it's multifamily, because of our setback, because of the limit of 30 dwelling units, we're at 6.9 units per acre. You may recall a Ward 7 case just 2 weeks ago that was by Frontier City, that's right here. Now that wasn't multifamily, that was a duplex development. The density of that was 10.4 dwelling units per acre. So the duplex development that was recommended for approval was greater than the density we propose in this development. Then the mobile home park that exists here is 7.5 units per acre, more dense than what we propose. The duplex development north of the mobile home park, 9.6 units per acre, more dense than we propose. And then finally, you have an apartment complex that's not built but approved. I did it probably 6-9 months ago, south of 122nd, that has an 18 unit per acre allowance. So what you see then is everything other than a single family development is greater density than what we propose. So I don't believe that there is any argument that can be made that the density that we propose is not appropriate. We have tried our best to come up with reasonable accommodations. Our hope is that you view the 132-foot setback from that western property line as just that. Staff has recommended approval, and there are no technical evaluations. So we would ask for your approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and we'd ask you to support this.
Commissioner Pennington, this is Ward 7.
Thank you. We've had a lot of Ward 7 cases today.
You're the man of the hour.
I will say this. It sounds like there have been a number of meetings between the applicant and the neighbors, which I greatly appreciate. I've been party to several emails exchanged around the compromises that have been made. I feel like we're very, very close based on the last email I saw from the attorney representing the some of the neighbors. So I'd love to hear from him, and I think it'd be good for the commission to see what's left for us to try to work out. obviously, as Kelly's coming up to the podium, it is my strong preference that neighbors and applicants work it out themselves, that they have their own discussions, their own debates before the Planning Commission comes in and we're forced to do our job, which is plan OKC. And so I think I'd just love to hear from you, Kelly, where we currently are, what's left.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Pennington and Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304. I am here representing Carl and Holly Razkowski, Chris Johnson, Robert and Gayla Hine, and Stephanie and Douglas Osborne. Their homes are directly adjacent to the subject property to the north and the west. There, immediately to the north of the subject property is where the Hines home is. Immediately to the west is the Johnson home. To the west of them is the Razkowskis, and then immediately north of the Razkowskis is the Ogburns home. As it's presently presented, we are opposed to this rezoning application and request that you recommend denial. This area to the north of and west of the intersection of 122nd and Coltrane is primarily AA agricultural and is developed with large residential tracts. This proposal for 30 residential, multi-family residential units on this 4.33 acre tract is too dense in our opinion and would be out of character for the area. The subject property is essentially the highest point in the area as you move from the intersection of 122nd and Coltrane. So it's significantly above the properties to the north and to the west. That is important here because one of the provisions of this proposed PUD is to vary the height limits that would otherwise apply under the R4 district. So although they are providing that the R4 base would be in place, the terms of the SPUD would vary that to allow well, let me just explain first what the R4 provides. When you have R4 zoning under the Oklahoma City ordinance that is adjacent to either residential or agricultural, it would require that the height be limited to 20 feet and 1 story within 60 feet of the adjacent AA property. So R4 would limit the height to 20 feet and a single story within the first 60 feet. R4 then allows you to go up on a bulk plane at a 45-degree angle to 35 feet when you get to 75 feet from the property boundary. What this SPUD would allow is that it would allow essentially the 8,000 square foot multifamily structure at 35 feet in height to be located 15 feet from the north boundary of this property. That's even with the provisions that Mr. Box referenced regarding the setback from the west line, which incidentally was only presented to us 2 days ago on Tuesday this week. That was when that was first suggested to us. We responded in writing after we received that September 10 proposal, that is the conceptual site plan that Mr. Box was showing earlier. And we reviewed that. We met as a neighborhood over Zoom on Tuesday night, and then we responded to that in writing on yesterday. And we were advised late yesterday that we would receive a response to our written request that we submitted yesterday in response to the revised SPUD that we had received on Tuesday, and we have not yet received that response. So we have been engaged There was a meeting, there has been a single meeting. We had actually requested late last week to the applicant that we have another meeting because we felt that that there were issues that we could work together to try to resolve, to narrow the differences that we have. Although the applicant initially agreed to meet, and that was initially scheduled for Tuesday this week. On Tuesday, after they submitted that revised design statement, they told us that they didn't think that another meeting was necessary. This property was only recently rezoned in 2021, this subject property, and it was rezoned to allow 4 residential lots. So that was only 3 years ago that change was made. Now they are proposing in this SPUD to have 7.5 times that number, or 30 residential units on this 4.33 acre tract. And in our view, based on the character of the area and what is existing in the neighborhood, it is excessive and would adversely impact the area. Finally, a significant factor that is driving development in this area is the fact that this property and this neighborhood is within the Oakdale Public School District, which is considered to be highly desirable. I know there's been some discussion on other cases recently in this area about this topic, but in our view, we think it is important that the issue of a bus stop for families that would be living in this proposed development, that there be accommodation and provision for how that would be addressed as part of the SPUD. To have bus stops on 122nd Street, we think would not be a desirable situation. And again, in response specifically, Commissioner, to your point, we are still concerned about that variance from the R4 height limits that would permit an 8,000 square foot multifamily structure at 35 feet, only 15 feet off of the north boundary. We think that would not be a desirable situation and would have an adverse impact on the adjoining properties. So we had suggested to the applicant in writing that they increase the building setback from the north boundary from 15 feet to 30 feet, and that in connection with that, we were open to reducing the setback from the west boundary for residential structures. Incidentally, that setback that Mr. Box referenced, 130 feet from the west boundary, only applies to the residential structures. They do have another building that they are proposing to build along the west boundary at what I believe would be a 15-foot setback. We also requested to the applicant that they make a commitment for an 8-foot tall site-proof screening fence along the north and west boundary of the subject property. We suggested to them, this site is pretty heavily treed. We suggested to them that the landscape buffer along the north boundary and on the west boundary be expanded to 25 feet, and that the SPUD provide that the existing trees within that landscape buffer be preserved. And I think that would likely be beneficial for the applicant just in terms of the cost savings. We'd like to see the existing tree cover preserved as part of the SPUD within what we believe ought to be a 25-foot landscape buffer. And again, if you haven't had a chance to see the property, there's a significant change in the elevation. So however this property is developed is going to, it's going to be the highest point as you move north and west from 122nd and Coltrane. So in our view, it needs to be done in a way that is thoughtful and that is respectful of the adjacent properties. And we're going to see this in another case later on your agenda, but this idea of using the SPUD process to modify the height limits that would otherwise apply under the R4 district is, we think, not an appropriate use of the SPUD process. There's not any trade-off in connection with that. They would seek to build the multifamily residential structure at 15 feet off of the north boundary that could be 8,000 square feet in size. And the 8,000 square feet, I referenced that because that's a specific maximum structure size that the SPUD has provided. So we think that would not be desirable. That's what their site plan is showing, their conceptual site plan along the north boundary, and we think that needs some further revision, and we're open and ready and willing to continue to work with the applicant. We responded after we had the neighborhood meeting with our written list of concerns and issues. They submitted to us a September 3rd version of the SPUD. We responded to that also in writing. And then when we received this September 10 version just on Tuesday, we responded to that also in writing on yesterday. We still have not received any written response from the applicant to our written items that we have listed. They have just chosen not to respond, even though they advised us yesterday that we would receive a response. We're still waiting for that. So with that, we would suggest that as presently presented, this SPUD is not appropriate, and we would suggest that you recommend denial. Having said that, we're ready and willing to work with the applicant to see if we can resolve the
Kelly,
differences.
I don't know that that's a fair characterization of the emails that I received as far as the exchange of information between both parties. But I'm going to spare us this personal spat over who emailed who and requested personal information from whom. What I have witnessed is an attempt from both in my conversations for us to get to a place where we can agree. And so that is the area of focus that I'm on, is what we can agree on to move forward. But that is not a fair characterization of the emails and the exchange, in my view. What I'll say is this. It sounds like, let's get to the easiest issue. Do we have other people signed up to speak?
We do have two more.
Let's hear from them.
Okay.
But I'll say this about the bus stop issue, because I don't think we have the power to create bus stops. But why can't buses, Kelly, wait, before you leave, why can't buses pull into this development? Why do we have to designate a bus stop? Why can't they just pull in?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question. I just know that it is an issue that is presented in this neighborhood, and that right now, for example, they have buses that stop on Coltrane to pick up the kids.
There's not even access.
There's not going to be an entrance on Coltrane for
right.
this property
Right.
under the latest version of the SPUD. So the neighbors believe it's an appropriate issue that needs to be attended to, and perhaps they've focused on that and have a response for that. They haven't told us if they have.
Okay.
I think that would be a question for the applicant.
Okay.
Okay. Ready to hear from?
I'm ready, but I'm going to definitely call Kelly back up.
Yeah. I have two signed up. Carl Ruskowski.
Thank you. Carl Ruskowski, 4101 Northeast 122nd. 3 years ago, when it got developed, changed into a 4 housing development, nobody showed up, nobody argued. Seemed like an appropriate use. If you stand on my front porch and look up, you know, it's probably 40 feet to where this is, and if you think 35 to 40 foot buildings as it was already done, my horizon is gone. You know, so poor for me, but you know, if you take it 122nd from Coltrane all the way to Bryant, and then you go farther, you don't have anything that is out this big on the street that is going to be so noticeable. This is basically the entrance to that entire area that's wooded, part of the cross timbers. You know, our street, Cordial Lane, has 1 house per 5 acres. And I know there's other development going on, but the land really changes at Coltrane to go across to, as you get closer to I-35, it's not the same area that is at the top of that hill going back north and west. You know, we all moved there knowing that something was going to be built. The initial plan was definitely not something that any of us could support. We've been working with trying to work this out, and I think we're pretty close on these things. You know, we have significant issues with drainage in the neighborhood below this subject property, which I know is not something you guys are not engineers, nor am I, that we're going to solve here, but we do have significant issues about that as it goes forward. The, you know, kind of light and sight pollution, I mean, as, you know, that's our field of dreams there, and you're going to put the stadium up above there. The light pollution that has come into our neighborhood is significant, the traffic, all those type of things that I may not be material, but you got to know where our emotions are coming from, which I think, you know. And on the school bus stop piece of it, I think it's really an issue of making sure that the design is such that the bus can go in. We have every morning, and I think several others will discuss this, there's a group of kids that stand where the road goes from 4 to 2 lanes right there on this subject property on 122nd. And I mean, it's a tragedy waiting to happen. And maybe this would actually improve that, but I think that's the issue with the school bus, that it would be able to pull in there. I think on the, was it 2024, which was down, PUD 2024, you all talked about that. It's the same issue there, okay? So that was it. So I think we're really pretty close on what we can do here. I think Dr. Hine, who is the North property member, had his hip replaced last week, or he would be here to tell you more about how he feels about this. The elevation changes from this going down, I think just, we appreciate the moving of it east. I think we need some help on the north, and there's some very nice trees on the sides that if we thought they was going to stay, I think we can make a compromise and make this work.
All right.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Ruskowski?
Well, I have a question for him, and I'm sorry if I missed it. You seem very reasonable. What have they not agreed to yet then that you most would like us to consider them agreeing to?
What, the request we made after, what was it, the 10th, September 10th, Kelly, is that? We got a design change on, well, we got the one on September 3rd, which a site plan did not correlate with I don't know what you call that, the actual written piece, right? So we got that back on the 10th, and we had a neighborhood meeting, and the neighborhood, Chris Johnson, who lives on the biggest piece, said, I don't want it to move at all. This is great for me, but in the spirit of being a good neighbor, let's give Bob a little more relief, and I'll take back where the square footage of what would be built on would be the same, right? So if you take that piece of property, move the north border 15 feet? 15 feet in, and move the west border back 7.5 feet, you have the same piece of ground as far as being able to build upon it, right? You're 130, you go to 122.5 or whatever it would be, and then you took 15 feet on this side, you take 7.5 feet off of that side. I think everybody feels that's a reasonable compromise on our side.
Well, that gives us something very specific to respond to, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest one, and and that was what was in our written request. And the other thing is that a bigger landscape buffer and a more firm commitment to keep to the natural
The existing trees that are in.
Yeah, I mean, there's some probably trees up there that are 100, 200 years old that might be able to be saved. I think that's important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Michelle?
Nate, just one question, a technical question. What's the setback from AA to R1?
Setback from AA to R1?
Do you mean the side setback or rear? Side setback. On the R1 side? Okay.
That'd be the current zoning, right?
Yeah, so for R1, it's just a 5-foot side yard or 10-foot rear 15-foot corner, 25-foot front.
Right now, they could build a home
10
5
feet.
feet from that property line, 35 feet tall.
I'd have to look at the PUD to make sure, but if it was just R1, if that was the, well, within 10 feet, so if it was the backyard, it'd be 10, if it was the side, it'd be 5. And then it could be 2.5 stories, 35 feet tall.
Thank you. Michelle Dupree?
Hi, Michelle Dupuy, 124th and Roberts Road, which is just 2 streets over. And could you go back to the aerial for just a second? So I'm on Roberts Road, so I'm 3 streets over, but as you can see, addressing Mr. Box's density question or just comment in general, everything changes at Coltrane over. We expect and live and enjoy the ambiance and the character, which is rural. My pasture is right on that corner of 122nd, and you'll see me in about an hour out there mowing it, and I do that because I love where I live. 25 years, and I appreciate it. The comment about the lighting is I just want to say it's so nice to have, you know, see the stars and be out there in the dark, and this will definitely change. And I just came today to ask to consider, we were not opposed to a 4-lot back in the day, and now this is quite different. So thank you for hearing my comments.
All right, thank you.
So, if I could, I'd like to address a few points that Mr. Work made, and then I'm happy to address any questions. He made a comment that there has been no trade-off. That's just patently false. 132-foot setback is a massive trade-off. And the reason we did it, if you look at this aerial, I think it's fairly obvious. Everything north of us is solid tree cover. So what is there to set back from? Well, if you look at this, there's a tennis court almost right on the property line. So, seeing as that we're trying to respect the individuals that own property to the west, that's why there's a 132-foot setback from the west. Now, if it really needs to be a trade-off, we can make it a 30-foot setback from the north, but we would need to then stagger the buildings and make it a 30-foot setback to the west. My client's willing to do that. That seems like a reasonable approach. We have these are 2 stories. These aren't 3-story apartments. It's 35 feet and 2 stories. A traditional R1 single family would be 35 feet and 2.5 stories. So we're in line with what you'd expect to see from a visual standpoint, whether it was a single home or here, a multifamily structure. The bus stop, this is designed in a way, it's a boulevard entry with a massive turnaround. A bus can get through here. We're happy to work with Oakdale Schools, but I can tell you, we can't put anything in a PUD that is going to obligate Oakdale Schools and their bus drivers to do anything. They're going to go wherever they're going to go. We will work with them to ensure they come in. It's developed and planned to be wide enough to accommodate that. The issue with the fencing, we can certainly agree to that, but just know, if we go and put an 8-foot fence up there, well, those are going to require footings, which means we're going to be having to rip down mature trees. You can't have it all the ways. So they either want mature trees or they want an 8-foot fence. We think it's a better scenario to keep mature trees and not rip them out for footings for an 8-foot fence. So we think that we have presented a very reasonable approach. Mr. Work kept saying that's out of character with the area. Gosh, I guess it depends on how we define area, but this exhibit flies in the face of that comment. If you define area in which you put blinders on and you don't look east of Coltrane and you don't look south of 122nd, perhaps he's correct. But of course, that's not how development works. And that's why your staff has recommended approval. Because from a density standpoint, it's absolutely in character with the comp plan, the surrounding area, and multiple approvals that this commission and the city council have given to recent developments.
David, could you respond to the argument that R4 base, the R4 base would require within 60 feet next to the R1 would limit the height to 20 feet?
It would, but again.
AA, excuse me, not the R1, so AA.
Yeah, but that's why we've compromised by shoving it 132 feet. We could, I guess in theory, agree to the R4 bulk standards and maximize density in the interior. It wouldn't be 6 units an acre. It would be a much higher amount of density that you'd see. We understand that, yes, we are seeking some relief from what the bulk standards would allow, but we're also limiting ourselves significantly in both density and setback. So PUDs, SPUDs, these are compromises. And so, yes, we are asking to modify that, but when you think about when that's a concern, that you were relaxing height requirements, it's what are you next to? Well, we're next to dense forest here. What we're next to from a human environment, we are 132 feet away, massively greater than what the R4 bulk standards would provide for.
Okay.
I do have one additional person who signed up to speak, so Ms. Kelly McDonald, if you have something that we haven't heard, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, Kelly McDonald, 12620 Hoffman Road. I'm not directly adjacent to the property, I'm indirectly, but I am kind of the most downhill of this property. This property is kind of, the top of the Christmas tree, and I'm towards the bottom. There's erosion issues that are along Hoffman, that are along Cordial, that affect all of us, and that's stuff that we could potentially mitigate ourselves, but this is going to exacerbate that. And then the flip side of that is that we're all on wells on an already moderately stressed aquifer, and so you're going to hardscape a decent amount of land. I realize that this is less than 5 acres, but it's still it's so out of character for the area. Even if they left a super generous buffer on the west side, what we would be looking at, what anybody in that whole area would be looking at, is it's just out of character for the where we live, and it's disappointing when you buy into an area because of what it's like, and then you find out, well, somebody's going to shove some apartments in there. So, but thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the citizens I have signed up to speak, so that'll conclude our citizen comment.
Let's, well, first, I think, appreciate hearing from neighbors. All the decisions we make, we try to be respectful of the character of the communities that we are serving. And so I think that is very important. Compromises is essential because we do have to respect this property owner along with the other surrounding property owners. I do think that the commitment to the design of these buildings to look mansion style, to look like residences, is an important compromise in the MDS. And so when I hear the respect for character arguments, which I appreciate, knowing that the intended style that's written into the document is one where you're going to build it to look like houses and they gave us the renderings to prove it, gives me some assurances that from that standpoint, at least visually, it's going to be better. Now, for those people who are concerned about their view, which I respect, or the light, which I certainly respect, that would happen even if we allowed them to build 4 homes. They're still going to be 35-foot houses. Like, it's the same height. So I think that those are important things to recognize. Finally, to my satisfaction, the issue of the buses have been addressed. Because as long as buses can pull into the development, then we don't have an issue there. And again, we cannot mandate the Oakdale School District to do anything of building bus stops and that sort of thing. So at this point, I would love to hear from Kelly about, let's just respond to the applicant's most recent suggestion that we just do 30 and 30. Otherwise, it sounds like we're just going to leave this to the commission.
Well, we certainly would be open to review a revised plan if they have one that they want to submit. I mean, we suggested to them again that we felt an appropriate setback along the north boundary needed to be 30 feet, and we were, as Mr. Raskowski indicated, we were open to reducing the setback from the west by the equivalent area that would entail. Of course, we've got a much longer boundary. I guess in response to your specific question, it would seem to us that the 30 for 30 is not really an equivalent trade-off, because you've got quite a lot longer property line along the west boundary than along the north boundary. But we do believe that it would be inappropriate to have what could be an 8,000 square foot fiveplex setback only 15 feet from the north boundary, which is the current proposal.
Now, Kelly, help me understand why it doesn't matter that the nearest structure of that property is hundreds of feet away from this property line and that it's deeply covered in wooded forest. Why shouldn't we take that into account? Like, it's not like I buy that argument if the house that is to the north was even within 100 feet of the property line, but it's not. So please help me understand why we should preserve that setback at that point. Like, I feel like we're trying to be as respectful as we can of our neighbor to the west and the north, and it seems like a really good compromise to me, knowing that there's not actually a structure on the north side. So help me understand why that's not satisfactory.
Well, you're saying that there's not a house that's directly across the fence.
And it's
because
deeply wooded
trees.
between, this property and the neighbor to the north.
Well, I think you need to consider that the significant change in elevation, if you're going to have an 8,000 square foot, 35-foot tall structure 15 feet off of the north boundary, it's going to dominate the landscape.
But what if I built my mansion? What if I built my mansion right there, which I already have the right to do? What if I just built my mansion there that can be 35 feet tall and I can have 2.5 stories? I can already do that right there on the property line within what did Sarah say, 10 feet? I can already do it right now.
I guess theoretically that's possible.
And so that's why I'm asking.
What is being proposed here, though, is a fiveplex that is going to be a multifamily structure that is going to be set back only 15 feet from the north boundary. And that's what we're suggesting to them yesterday, after we received their latest proposal, that they just set that back a little bit further than 15 feet. 15 feet seems too close to us. So we don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay. Go ahead, Sarah.
I'm so sorry, I just want to make sure I didn't misspeak. So in R1, the setbacks I gave you are accurate. In the existing PUD, it's a 25-foot setback from all property lines in this existing SPUD.
Okay. Let's hear from the applicant, I think, before we go to planning commissioners. That makes sense to me, that if they already have 25 feet, can you get to 25, and how much? And the 30 for 30 doesn't seem equivalent to me either. So can we do, could we do 60 and 25? 60 to the west and 25 to the north, the existing 25?
Sure. We can do, so the west setback gets reduced from 132 to 60, and we'll do 25 to the north.
Being the neighbor who's to the west, who's like, nah, that's still too
Again,
close.
so this is the problem with,
Excuse me, sir, we're not going to allow speaking from the audience.
here's the problem with the posture of this case. They want their cake, they want to eat it too. We're happy to compromise. This aerial is the most telling piece of this. There is one person that has outdoor activity or a home within any sort of reasonable distance. And what we have done is put an extraordinary setback to respect that. To the north is undeveloped, there's nothing there. So we think that what we've done is reasonable. But we're happy to do the 60 to the west and the 25 to the north.
I think we're going to have to.
Well, I heard a comment about the east and preserving mature trees, and is that a point of discussion to?
We have that in the
Is there any
PUD.
trade-off of shifting everything to the west a little bit and increasing the east setback? But that wasn't mentioned a second time, so I'm not trying to.
Can you get to the 25 on the north?
Yes, but we can't with 132 foot. We will have to shift stuff around. If you look at how this is designed, these buildings are oriented in a way like this, and they're super tight to achieve the setback from the west. And so if we do anything more than what we have, this orientation doesn't work, and we'll have to shove ourselves to the west. And again, we're protecting the non-developed trees.
So nobody's made this argument, but whoever's north there, just because they didn't build something really close to the property line, I don't want to punish them for not building close to the property line. I actually want to protect their southern border. The 132 feet, I think, was excessive to, I'm sorry, but building this great tennis court and pool and things that close to the intersection of 122nd and Coltrane, within a mile of 3 interstates, you might end up with something on a hard corner. And this looks great to me on this hard corner of a major intersection. So listen, I'm going to protect both the people to the west and the people to the north. I don't want to butt right up against the people to the north just because they didn't push all the way down to their property line.
Yeah, so we're 15 feet.
60 foot and 25 foot, I don't know, I mean, we're spending a lot of time on this, but I think it's a great development in this location, which is a major intersection, and if they can do 60 foot and 25 foot, I like it. And preservation of trees, to please somebody take over on that, whatever they can do, whatever we want to require. It's in there, okay. Yeah.
Tough.
We can agree to the 25 and 60.
To me, 60 is plenty over there.
The other thing is it goes with the argument that the applicant made that anything within 60 feet would have to be 20 feet. Instead, there just wouldn't be any development at all following the R4 bulk standards. Kelly, you want to respond to that?
Can I, real quick, I want to make sure, we're talking about the residential structures are the 25 and 60. The small amenity building is at 15.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Were you asking me to respond?
Yeah, no, I was asking Kelly.
What is your question, Commissioner?
My question for you is respond to the 25 and 60 and why 60 is not sufficient. If 60 is not sufficient, tell me what number is that's less than 130.
Well, again, what we proposed was that the setback, if it's increased from the north, that the setback, we would be open to reducing the setback from the west where it would not decrease their buildable envelope. So that's what we were proposing, to have it be equivalent. So the setback that they proposed came from them. That wasn't our suggestion. And so we were suggesting merely that we would like to see a greater setback from the north, and that we felt that we would be willing to reduce the setback along the west at an equivalent area, so that it would be an even trade. To reduce it from their 130 to 60 puts us not in necessarily a better position. It puts us in a worse position, of course, with regard to the west boundary. It gets us the additional setback along the north boundary. So you're asking me, do we want that instead? Well, that doesn't sound like a better arrangement. But we honestly, if they can get the 25 feet from the north, as is provided under the existing PUD, then that would seem like a reasonable compromise.
Do you want to respond to his, before you go sit back down, do you want to respond to the comment about the fences and the idea of preserving some of the trees as opposed to building
We
the
think
sideproof
that,
screening?
just given that there's going to be a fair amount of vehicular traffic going in and out of this site.
Still prefer the fence?
That there still needs to be there still needs to be a site-proof screen along the north boundary and the west boundary.
They weren't objecting to that, so I just wanted to confirm that that's the preference,
Yeah.
rather
Now,
than the trees.
I don't agree with Mr. Box's characterization that necessarily means that you can't have also preserve the trees within that buffer. But we understand that in order to put in a fence, they would have to take out some trees. We understand that.
So why can't you accommodate the 10 for 10? Why can't?
Well, yeah, so to be clear, that's not what he offered. If we look at his letter, what he said was to go from 15 to 35, and then he said, so instead of 130, go to 122. So he asked for 20 more feet on the north, and we'll give up 8 feet on the west. That's what his letter actually said.
It said 30 feet. It didn't say 35.
So I think that in order to accomplish what we need, it will have to be a much greater entrance into the western part of the site because of how tight it is. If you look at how the buildings are oriented, they're staggered in a way to respect the west. So if we are going to increase it to 25, we will have to maybe take a whole building to the west to accomplish that. Yeah, or create an awkward, now one building is completely oriented differently than the rest of the buildings.
Right now, they're kind of all lined up. If you minimize the north, it's going to arch the whole development into being able to fit all four of them.
Yeah, we're going to have to go further west and orient the buildings in a manner that perhaps is not as pleasing on the hard corner.
I'd love to hear from other commissioners about this, especially ones that are more knowledgeable than me about architecture, because I'm challenged here. I was trying to get at this point. I want to really respect the neighbor to the west. I understand. You have been living next to trees. I got it. I want to make sure we do that. I thought the 130 feet made a lot of sense. I was happy to see that that's where we ended up there originally. So I'm having a really hard time knowing that the applicant's best effort was put at trying to put everything on Coltrane so as to avoid affecting nearby neighbors. And I feel like it seems like a really fair compromise knowing that to the north, it's not a structure. Like, it's hundreds of feet of trees. It seems like a really good ability to give everybody what they want, and I'm challenged by that, but I'm open to listening.
I agree with what you said, and my biggest take on this is no matter what they look like, it's still a multifamily component, and I still believe it needs a fence on the north. It needs to be fenced.
I mean, I get this area calculation is I mean, I understand where Kelly's numbers probably derive from a, equivalent area on a much longer boundary, it's less feet, but somewhere in there's got to be the right numbers. It sounds like 25 feet is fairly amenable to both parties on the north. That doesn't mean we have to go from 132 to 60.
Right.
We can go from 132 to, 122 or 120 or, some amount that's still a very generous setback and probably still achieve that. Now, obviously, I'm not speaking for what they're going to agree to, but there's a bit of a play of angles on these buildings. You could change how, you could get that 10 feet, I'm sure, by just sort of massaging those angles. And then, yes, you would need to grow into the 132-foot setback by some amount.
Yeah,
Probably no more than another 20 feet.
That's what I was going to say. I completely agree with what Dan said. I mean, we could change the rotational angle of those buildings, massage them, make them shorter, north to south, not the physical buildings, but the area they occupy. And I don't think you need to cut the setback back to 60 feet by any stretch of the imagination to accomplish that. I mean, I think you could do 25 and 100 or 110, I mean, which would be a huge setback.
I agree.
It is.
But we don't have to go that far.
Well, I'm comforted by the fact that I'm sure our neighbors will be taking this to city council regardless of what we have to say about it. But I'm inclined to say, let's just meet everybody in the middle and do 5 and 5 on both sides. You want more room on the north? Let's give you 5 feet. You want less room on the west? Let's take the 5 feet.
So here's what the architect says. We could do 25 on the north and then make the west a 100-foot setback. If the neighbors will come to the podium and say they support it and they're going to come to city council and support it as well.
Kelly?
I think all I can say in response to that is that we would be open to consider that.
Okay.
I'm representing a group of homeowners that are, there's not a CEO that I get to go consult with. So, that's something that we would be open to consider for sure.
So 125, right? Yep. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. I think that's going to be my recommendation. These discussions are going to continue. I appreciate the effort on all sides to come to some sort of reasonable compromise. I always believe it's best for the parties to try to come together and reach their best conclusion. We do the best we can to respect the character and rights of all the property owners involved. And so, unless there's further comment, I'm ready to make that motion. I will move, Mr. Chairman, that we recommend approval of SPUD 1651 to City Council with the following technical evaluations. Technical evaluation 1, moving the western setback to 100 feet, moving the northern setback to 25 feet.
The western setback is 100 feet for a residential
For
building.
residential,
Right.
excuse me. 100 feet for residential. The northern setback is 25 feet. That we would require an 8-foot site-proof fence on the north and west boundaries. You agree with that? And that's the motion.
All right, so I have a motion from Commissioner Pennington to recommend approval of SPUD 1651, subject to the 3 technical evaluations he read into the record.
Could I offer one question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioner Pennington, and the applicant may need to respond here, but one of the requests that we had submitted to them in response to the SPUD, revised SPUD that we received on Tuesday was to have the landscape buffer be expanded from 15 feet to 25 feet. I know we've discussed a lot of points here, but if they're open to that, that would be part of our request as well.
So you just want them to put additional landscaping in the setback?
We're good with where your motion was made and seconded.
I think you're going to have plenty of time. I know these conversations are not going to end, Kelly, between now and council, and to the extent that I can be helpful in it, I'm with you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that item passes. Before we move to the next item, I have a quick question. I expect us to go a little while longer. Anyone object to a 5-minute recess?
No.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. Be back at 4:22. All right, if you could take your seats, we'll be restarting. Appreciate your patience. We are now ready for item 16.
Item 16 is case PUD 2026, application to rezone 2124 Northwest 192nd Street from R1 and PUD 1205 to PUD 2026.
Court Drive. I do promise, here on behalf of the applicant, this is a PUD application at 192nd in Pennsylvania, and what we are seeking is a modified multifamily development. Jared, could you share your screen? Wait, we got another orientation problem. You see where north is, and I've handed you out a copy as well. So we did have a neighborhood meeting on this, and there were a series of requests made by a person, I don't know who it was, one of the neighbors, to see various angles of what this would look like. And so behind the site plan, what you have are very detailed architectural renderings of the layout of this development from various vantage points so that you can see what the folks around here are going to see. So a couple of things up front. As I said in the last case, R4 bulk regs say 34 dwelling units per acre. When we first filed this, we had no cap on it. Staff indicated that that was a concern for them. We went back to the clients and they have reduced it down to 15 units an acre. That's significantly less than what R4 would allow. If you had a bigger, go to the aerial, Jared, if you don't mind. If you looked at the aerial of this, if it got the whole section, which it doesn't, what you'd see is this square mile is what Ideal Homes developed as Valencia. It is a very dense single-family community. It's a very walkable community. As you know, Ideal Homes is very keen on that. But on the opposite corner, so what would be May in 192nd, there is another apartment complex. To the north, it's a vacant site. I brought to you, I think about a month or 2 weeks ago, a medical facility for Integris. North of that is a multifamily project. So the area has a good amount of multifamily mixed in with a good amount of single family. And then of course, if you go west, you have Portland State Highway 74, and you're starting to see more commercial development kind of all around that area in this northwest part of Oklahoma City. So we've committed down to 15 units an acre. Staff has recommended approval. There are no technical evaluations associated with this case after the revisions we've made. And it's worth noting that if you look at the site plan, that far south piece of the development, there's a big box and drainage structure that goes through there. And so it's about 170-foot separation from the south property line to where you'd start to see development. We have a Casey's gas station at the hard corner that we are behind, and then there's another parcel that's empty to the south of Casey's that will be a future commercial site that's already zoned. So typically, when you think of transition from intense commercial to single family, there's usually something there between. So what we think here is multifamily next to heavy intense commercial is an appropriate buffer as you then move to traditional single family. Now we do have an AA operation that I believe is a horse operation to our west, and so I want to talk about that. What we have proposed within our PUD is a 20-foot buffer along the west. And in addition, in the PUD, we already require ourselves to have an 8-foot masonry wall along that western side. So 8-foot masonry wall, they're very expensive products, but here, given the nature of the use to our west, we believe that that masonry wall, coupled with a 20-foot landscape buffer, is an appropriate transition. The density is low. We have respected the floodplains that operate through here. Again, if you look at the orientation pictures that you have, you'll see those. It provides a nice community with a lot of open green space. Again, staff has recommended approval, no technical evaluations. We'd ask for the same. I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is Ward 8. Commissioner Noble, you want to lead the discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sure there's probably some people signed up. And they're also represented by Mr. Work. I think he should probably go last if you think that'd be best.
Okay. Do you want to hear from others? Okay. We'll start with Scarlett LaCow. Not here. This is one. Okay. That was a, okay. I thought it was weird that she was signed up on this. Peter Elder.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of a subdivision nearby, and that I have some concerns about this development. The drainage is one. The Corps of Engineers has not given any kind of report as respect to the drainage, and that the parking, they have identified 1.6 units, or sorry, 1.6 spaces per unit, and there, according to their representation, 70% of the units are going to be 3 and 4 bedroom, and that doesn't even account for the handicap spaces that are required. And I just think that's very, very shallow. I mean, it's just not enough. There is going to be significant impacts for that number of residences, and that it just have real concerns about is this really going to be a good fit? I think that they've kind of they're trying to overdevelop a small piece of property, and from what I understand, that it's zoned for, I mean, it could be zoned for 2-story, but they'd like to amend that to 3-story apartments, and that's out of character and with not consistent with what exists. So that's my take.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Elder? All right. Thank you. Dean Jackson.
Hi, Dean Jackson. I'm in Thornhill HOA, just to the northeast of what you see here. I'll try and be brief. I've got 2 pages. I talk fast. I tend to be very direct, though. So if you got my email, this will echo the comments I made earlier. To define the problem, there's a traffic study done already. If there are more people here, the traffic on Penn and 192nd obviously will go up. The problem I see with that is the traffic study already appears to be outdated, especially considering that it was post-COVID and many students and families were still recovering from the pandemic. Just this morning, I was taking my daughter. My daughter was actually driving up Penn. It's 4 lanes. A student was waiting to cross the crosswalk. 3 lanes stopped. 1 didn't. So the student obviously waited, then somebody else stopped finally, but more people, more houses, more traffic is a lot of danger. That crosswalk has actually been on the news because it's a dangerous area between Edmond and Oklahoma City. So that's my concern with a lot of people moving in here. The traffic I've talked about, there's already the lofts at Valencia that is just, I'm sorry, that's southeast. There's already the 35 degrees north, which is another apartment complex, 3 stories high. Traffic surveys, water, electrical infrastructure we've talked about as a community. I think another representative will talk about water pressure problems and several required repairs to the underground pipes. That's a concern I have. I do know that if there's a commercial or any kind of investment made into this area, it's going to stress or strain that infrastructure. I get that, but it will be, in my opinion, I'm not a civil engineer, limited to like business hours and daylight hours. Public safety, from what I've been told, there's the nearest police station is 30 minutes south, and response times have already been noted as unsatisfactory. That's what I've been told in the community environment. Electrical grid challenges. There was mention of the expansion farther west on Highway 74. To me, that's a great place for this to go, but that's another comment, another discussion. What I would like to see, some of the comments that have been made earlier were the characteristics of the area, some of the precedents that have been set, respect to property and rights. So to kind of consolidate that, I would like to try to say what I could do, what I would love to do, not that I can do. There's a horse farm to the west. There are horse pastures and farms to the east. There's a life sciences a little bit farther down. This is not congruent with the community at all. 3 stories is grotesque and way too big. I moved here intentionally 5 years ago after I retired from the military. Love the environment, love the neighborhood, would like to kind of see it stay. I know it's going to grow. I get that. I appreciate that. But 3 stories is ginormous. And to have an opportunity to have something like Integris would be great, but mental health, physical health, the opportunity to get out and take a 5-minute break and take a walk along a creek would be fantastic. Those are the kinds of things that I would like to see, that I've discussed with the community, but if I could go back in time and come back and talk about the zoning, whenever that happened, months ago, years ago, I don't know, that's what I would like to see changed, but I get that we're probably past that point already. 3 stories is way out of place in my opinion. I'm not a civil engineer, just a resident. Horse farms, and plenty of single-family homes. 3 stories is just way too much. Any questions for me, comments, callbacks?
Anything for Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Craig Ireland?
Good afternoon. Craig Ireland. I live at 18632 Wolf Creek Drive. I also, item of note, I'm a planning commissioner for a small community out in eastern Oklahoma called Carlton Landing. So I'm very familiar with the importance of what this board does, and I know the importance of design aesthetic and the overall impact on a community when you're considering things like this. My biggest concern, being that I live on the western side of Mulholland, right off of Penn Avenue, is we already have an offset exit point between Mulholland and Valencia to the west. I'm very concerned about high density and additional traffic coming onto Penn. There is no center turn lane on Penn through that area. We've already, as you all saw last week, I'm sure on the news, we had a pretty violent, deadly car accident happen on Penn just south of that intersection area. And so I'm asking the Commission here to take that into consideration, that adding this level of density to the area is going to significantly increase traffic, and that will put people at risk. That's my main concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just to recap, so we've heard a lot about traffic, density, infrastructure, drainage, and character in 3 stories. So Elizabeth Miranda.
Hi there, my name is Elizabeth Miranda. I live at 19544 Talavera Lane, over in Thornhill. I've lived here for 13 years. That's when I moved to Oklahoma. It's just a beautiful area. Before I start though, I want to hand out, I don't have any big posters, and I don't have anything showing up here, so I went ahead and I did some arts and crafts, so you guys did. Okay, so I'm actually, I only found out about this maybe about 2 weeks ago. One of my neighbors happened to see something on the Nextdoor app, and then they posted it in our neighborhood, Thornhill, and 2 days later, there was a meeting with the neighborhood, with the applicant's attorney. And so we were all very surprised. And I ended up starting a group on Facebook, which was a group to unite all the different neighborhoods. So this group includes Thornhill, Valencia, Mulholland, Hawthorne Place, La Sonata, Schuyler's Court, Castleberry, Danforth Farms, and Barrington. Within like the last 2 weeks, we have over 250 people from the surrounding, these neighborhoods that have joined. I mean, yesterday I had 40 people. So it's spreading very quickly. The neighbors are getting extremely upset with this complex that's going in. So I took what they submitted to you guys, and I added little details in, because this is what it is like for us. It's not just a plot with some houses here and there. These are great people. This is a very diverse area. It's not lovingly called fake Edmond, is what often people call us, because we're not Edmond. We have Edmond schools, we're Oklahoma City utilities, but what I find is it's because we're diverse and it's a little more affordable, it just brings the best people over here. And we are not against apartments, we're not against development, but we just want to make sure that it's done right and it stays in character with what we have. So as you can see in some of the pictures, so right on my first page, my brother-in-law he's a pilot, and he happened to fly over like last week, just a coincidence. And he took some aerial shots. He was going to take a picture of my house, and he caught this property in it. So I went ahead and I was like, I'll just print it out and bring it. Like, how weird is that? But and then it became bigger and bigger. I decided to go around and take pictures of the neighborhood, what I see every day, what we see, which it's beautiful. I mean, there's houses, but there's also creeks and trees, and it's beautiful to drive around. What worries us, of course, is this larger 3-story structure coming in. And if you actually pan to let me see, it's page, the very last pages, it's page 7 and 8. Those are some of the renderings that we received. I was the person who was sending the emails. I'm sorry. Okay, we just really wanted to see what it looked like around, not just next to the 2 properties, but around the entire area. Like, what were we gonna see? What is it gonna look like compared to what we have already? So the reaction we got from when we showed these pictures to the neighbors was like shocking. They're like, what is this? Why is this massive thing? It looks like a university complex coming into our neighborhood. It looks like it's just way beyond what we're used to seeing over here. This is kind of what we see down closer to Penn at Memorial. They've got a lot of 3-story complexes down there, and it makes sense. There's transportation available down there. There is commercial businesses down there. You can get jobs, you can walk to things. We don't have that. We don't have hardly any commercial over here. But we have a lot of homes, and we're pretty built out. From, if you go back to that first image I submitted, we've got, Valencia just built their final house. Like, that whole block is full. We're down to like maybe 1 or 2 houses left. We're filling up on R1s. It's a great place to live. So I'm gonna go back to the meeting that we had when we showed up. Caitlin was very nice, Caitlin Turner that's here. As she went through the PUD. She explained everything to us. She explained what they were gonna do, showed us the pictures. She told us the 15-unit thing. It was very overwhelming. But we also felt like there was no compromise. There was nothing, I take that back. When we asked for some quality changes, because the original PUD didn't have any. It didn't have any, it was like very basic, it included wood on everything. We were just thinking everything's gonna fall apart. So we did ask for improvements in quality, and they did do that. They'd added some quality changes, got rid of the wood fence, put in a stone fence. But the one thing that they didn't want to do was cut down the size. And that was, I asked, why can't we make this a 2-story like everything else kind of in the area? And they're like, no, it's just not going to happen. We're not going to do that. And I'm like, well, it's really close to the property lines. It's not going to change. Sorry, that's just, no. So.
Ms. Miranda, you have about 30 seconds left.
I'm so sorry.
That's
I am
okay.
representing a larger group, so I'm
Oh,
hoping.
you are? Okay.
I am. I'm representing all those neighborhoods.
Okay.
So I was asked by Mulholland and some of the other groups, neighborhoods, to speak for everybody.
Okay. All
If
right.
you don't mind.
We'll give you a couple extra
I'm
minutes.
so sorry.
That's
I will
okay.
try. I do speak fast, but I hope it makes sense.
We have a lot of people signed up, so
I
just wanna
know.
keep
I'm
it-
so sorry. Okay. So basically, the big thing is the scale. So I'll do just like 3 main things that I want to cover. Our biggest things are the scale of it. The very large, very wide 3-story buildings. It's hard to tell from this picture, but from that rendering, it's much larger than what we have. In the picture, you can see against the Casey's on page, it's on the 8th page. You can see the Casey's. The Casey's looks like tiny compared to this thing. It's huge. It's very massive. And actually, going back to the meeting, when I asked her why we were going up to this 3-story, 40-foot, they said, well, the standard right now is 2-story and 35 feet. So it's just 5 feet. It's just 5 feet. But it's not really 5 feet when you see it built up and out. It seems much more massive. And most of the properties around us are not 5 feet. They're not 35 feet tall. Particularly the two properties to the east and the west. They are, there's pictures of those properties on the second page. Those are the horse properties. And they're gorgeous. The horses are out there roaming. Cross Creek Stables is actually the property that is directly adjacent on the west side. That is a school for teaching children how to ride horses. And they have 75 horses on that property. They house them and teach children how to ride. There's a residence also there. And they've put the buildings very, very close on this property, which is a variance to that R4 zoning. It was very similar to the last one that you heard on number 15. They're putting these three-story buildings 20 feet from the fence line, which they're not supposed to do. I mean, the other one seemed bad with a two-story. This is a three-story building right next to the fence line. And that's like the R4 zoning says that you should be one story within 20 feet to 60 feet. You guys already know this, right? But this is really a 3-to-1 change, and we're not understanding why there's a variance to this regulation. Why is this acceptable? Why are we making this change to the regular R4 regulations? It doesn't make sense to the homeowners. Whose benefit is it? It's not to the neighbors to the west. It's not to any of us. I don't understand why that's happening. It's dramatically exceeding the adjacent uses to do a 3-story that close to the property. There should be a step up when it's that close. In addition to, I'm going to change from the height thing now. Our next argument is we really love the trees. We absolutely love the trees. We love the creeks. They are, and there are, the PUD 2026 is lacking protective regulations on the creeks, or for the creeks and the wetlands that are present on the property. I included some pictures of the property there. They were on page, and it kind of looks strange. You're just looking at a bunch of trees and land, but it's on page 4 and 5. Sorry, that's the apartments on 4. As you can see, those are the 2-story apartments that someone else brought up was the 2-story apartments. That's right across the street. But on page 5 and 6, those are pictures of the land itself. On page 5 at the bottom, that is where the larger, like you can see in the image they've got up there, but that's the wetlands at the bottom where they've got the setback that's on there. It's not like a lake there, it's just more like, it's just wetlands. It's not really usable for anything. But it's pretty, it's got the trees and slush, but there is no language in the PUD to protect any of these trees, to make sure that there isn't any kind of little, sometimes with developers, little accidents that might happen. We just want to make sure that there's a proper buffer between the creeks, the wetlands, and where they develop. And that language is put into the actual PD. There were recommendations that I saw by the staff. The staff said that this, he said, as noted in the staff report, these are riparian areas, floodplains, with 2 streams running through it, and the conceptual design appears to give a buffer around the streams already. As these are just conceptual plans and not official plans, we would like the actual language just added to the PUD. The staff states that the comprehensive plan recommends a 100-foot buffer from stream banks. And the plan conformance would be strengthened if these protection measures were stipulated in the master design statement. These riparian areas are also under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers. And we would like it to make sure that that is actually noted into the PD, to make sure that they do the proper channels, because sometimes, developers might skip over that, but we want to make sure that we're preserving these mature trees, as it's part of the comprehensive plan, of course, to preserve mature, healthy trees. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about, and I know you guys want to move on, is there's no specifics on landscaping actually listed in the PD. It just says general basic stuff of what they have to follow. In an email between the neighbors that were on the email with the attorneys, Caitlin Turner did mention the developer is going to import mature trees from off-site. They will look how they do in the height exhibit at the time of the installation. That's a quote. There's nothing in the PUD that says that we're going to get mature trees planted around the property. There's nothing in there. We don't know what size, we don't know what type. So I think that would be really helpful to strengthen PD and also make sure that there's a good boundary around it, a good buffer. So, all right, so that's the end of it. Mainly with 3 ideas, so that was just, we'd like the height lowered to 2 stories. We would like some protective language for the creeks put in there, and also some additional specifics about the landscaping put into the PUD. All right.
All right, any
Thank you.
questions for Ms. Miranda? Thank you. Emily Cotting?
Thank you all for your time. I know you're staying late today. I first would like to ask, how many people are here from our neighborhoods that took the time out of work to be here today that don't appreciate this as it's been proposed? How many people? Okay, just curious. I just really want to bring up a couple more points in addition to what Mr. Ireland said about traffic, in that we have, I used to serve on the HOA board for Mulholland, and in the past we had inquired with the city about putting a light at the entrance where the entrance onto Penn for Mulholland is directly across the main entrance to Valencia, which is not that far from the light that's at Penn and 192nd. And we were told a couple of years ago that that was not even an option at that time, even though we have a lot of traffic issues there due to the proximity of the light that's already at Penn and 192nd. Mulholland has the exact same issue around the corner. We do have a secondary exit entrance that is on 192nd, but due to the proximity of the 4-way stop, that is the entrance of Danforth Farms and Barrington, we can't have any added traffic support there either. So we have big traffic problems there anyways. And, you know, my children ride the bus, Mr. Ireland's children ride the bus. Even our school buses have a hard time already getting in and out of these entrances, especially at that 7 a.m. hour. And there are 3 bus routes that run around between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. right now that have a hard time making any sort of left-hand turns in or out of Mulholland. So my specific request that would be that you vote against this and to table this for now until a more current traffic study can be done to see what sort of impact all of this additional high-density housing would have on our area. That's all I have, other than I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank you for approving Poppadoes, because I'm excited about that. So that's a good thing.
Thank you.
You'll be able to drive there and park conveniently too, all the way from Edmond.
Emily Friedman?
I signed up, but my husband, Mike Townsend, actually sent a letter to the commission. We have under Valhalla LLC.
Yeah, so we have the 43-acre horse ranch that is just to the east, so right on the corner. So we've been there for 26 years. We know about development because we rode in all those fields, our horses, for years. And of course, it's all developments now, so we understand it's going to happen. We actually have a PUD 1202 for that 43 acres, which is a mix of commercial and residential. But the big thing that we would just like to say is that we've limited it to 2 stories within that PUD because we really do think that the 3rd level is going to just step out, and it's going to just make it a little bit ugly and inconsistent with everything else that's there with the nice development. So other people speak about setbacks and others, but that's our main concern. We don't want it to be 3-story.
Okay.
And I also echo the concerns about traffic. There's no traffic light at the corner of 192nd and Penn, and there's been greatly increased traffic with all of the developments that are to the west. And when we had renderings for our developments, it's homes. There's a little bit commercial on the corner, but it's not apartment buildings, it's homes. Lastly, I don't know if anyone's mentioned or the commission is aware, but we have so much 2- and 3-story development within a mile or 2 of us on 192nd and Penn There's a huge development on May and 192nd, very nice one. There is a development just north, which has been mentioned, north of 192nd, that's duplex and triplexes apartments. There's a development south, a mile and a half on 178 between May and Pennsylvania that's not yet finished, that's several hundred apartments. And so I ask, you know, where are the people going to come from? Is this really necessary for this area? And I echo the concerns about traffic coming out. And we do have a stream there that feeds into Mulholland Lake. And when Valencia went in, they had to do some studies because there was so much silt coming into the lake. The lake actually had to be redredged. So that's a concern that's planned for. Thank you for listening to us.
Can we have your address for the record?
1800 Northwest 192nd Street.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Work.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304. I am here today representing the Cross Creek Farm, LLC, which owns the 20-acre tract that is adjacent directly to the west of the PUD 2026 property. Cross Creek Farm, as many of you know, is a horse riding academy and horse breeding farm. There is also an historic single-family residence on the property that serves as the home of the owner of the property. We oppose this PUD 2026 as it's presently presented and request that you recommend denial. The existing zoning of the north 7.5 acres of PUD 2026 was zoned as PUD 1205 back in July of 2007. And the corner piece that is now developed commercially was also included as part of PUD 1205. And the reason why that's important, why I mention that, is that when PUD 1205 went through the process back in 2007, there actually was a negotiated agreement between Cross Creek Farm and the trust that owned the property in 2007 and that still owns the property today. So this same applicant and Cross Creek Farm reached an agreement back in 2007 about the appropriate zoning classification, and that was incorporated into PUD 1205. And if I asked Mr. Martin, I had provided to him a copy of the PUD 1205 master plan map, and I'd like to just pull that up if I could. So again, what was established as part of PUD 1205 was a 100-foot O2 buffer along the west boundary. And that was negotiated in exchange for the balance of the PUD 1205 being allowed to go commercial, C3 commercial. And so also part of the terms of PUD 1205 that were negotiated was that there would be a limit on the building height to 2 stories and 35 feet. And you see there in the exhibit, that is Exhibit A to the approved PUD 1205, it established the O2, 100-foot O2 buffer there along the west boundary, and then the remaining 7 acres of the property is governed by the C3 commercial development regulations. The trust, of course, has received now the benefit of that zoning that was approved in 2007 because the commercial corner has at least been partially developed with the Casey's convenience store, and then there's another commercial tract that is immediately to the south of that is will also likely be developed. So the trust received the benefit of the agreement, and we would just submit to you that we believe the Cross Creek Farm remains entitled to the benefit of that agreement, which established the buffer and the height limit and the step down in zoning adjacent to the farm property. What is now proposed with PUD 2026 would eliminate the O2 buffer, obviously. It would replace that with multifamily residential use. And it also proposes to eliminate the 2-story and 35-foot height limit and replace that with a 3-story, 40-foot height limit at a setback of only 20 feet from our boundary, from the west boundary of PUD 2026. So, and again, as has been discussed earlier today, that proposal with regard to the height limit would be a variation from what otherwise would be required in R4. R4 would require, when adjacent to either single family or AA agricultural, as the farm property is, would limit the height to 1 story and 20 feet within the first 60 feet from the adjacent AA property. So the PUD proposes to allow 3 stories and 40 feet in height at just a 20-foot setback from the Cross Creek Farm property. We did receive an exhibit that I'd ask Mr. Martin to put up, that is Exhibit 2. This is a site section exhibit that was provided to us by the applicant, and you see there it's looking from the north to the south, and just at the very middle portion there you can see where they're showing what would be the fence line, which presumably is proposed to go on the boundary between the farm property and this proposed PUD 2026. But I wanted you to see that just so you get the feel for what a 3-story and 40-foot high structure would, what that would look like in this site section at a 20-foot setback from the farm property. In our view, if the PUD 2026 were to be approved as it's presently presented, it would essentially determine how the Cross Creek Farm property would be able to be developed in the future, and would effectively exclude single-family residential as a viable alternative. One of the things that has been mentioned, and it's noted in the staff report, there are a couple of streams that go through this PUD 2026 property, and then there is that section at the south end that is essentially pond/wetland. And our suggestion is that if those are, in fact, those streams and that wetland area is intended to be preserved, that language be included in the PUD to provide for the protection and preservation. As it's presently written, at least at the last version that I read, it just refers to it as common area, which would not provide a protection or preservation, or require preservation of that wetland area or the streams. One example that is nearby that I think is informative is there is what is referred to as the 35 North apartment complex. It's a mile west of here. It is at the southeast corner of May Avenue and Northwest 192nd Street. So, and that's essentially what was part of the Valencia PUD when that was approved for multifamily residential. And that with that 35 North development, you've got a pretty significant buffer, landscape buffer between the single-family residential and then where the apartment buildings began. And then what they've done is the apartment buildings are, where they're nearest the residences, they're 2-story. They're limited to 2-story. And then as you move away from the residential, the single-family residential area, then they move up to the 3-story structures as you get closer to 192nd Street and closer to the intersection. But in our view, that is a more appropriate, a more thoughtful model for a multifamily residential development, and that what is proposed here is not appropriate to have 40-foot tall structure, 3 stories, that would be set back only 20 feet from the entire west boundary of this subject property. So as it is proposed presently, we would request that you recommend denial of PUD 2026. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Work?
I guess we could start at the beginning if you want. Turn my mic. Sorry. We can start. The parking was questioned. Or I guess we could just talk about what you want to talk about, I guess, on the west side, and the building height, and the creek, the landscape buffer. Did you want to hear from the city on the creek and the drainage and what they have to do? Because in this PUD, it says it's based on Chapter 16, which is the standard Oklahoma City drainage specification.
I mean, I know that there are some Army Corps requirements, and I don't believe we have anyone here from the Corps to speak to that today, so I think that's a little,
and it's
a little tough to determine
right,
what is required as far as setbacks from waters of the U.S., which Corps has jurisdiction over. The only thing we know is that there will be a permit process involved, and I know that it's an extensive process.
Right.
So, I don't know, Barry, do you have anything to add?
Very large public works. Excuse me. I did look at, while the case was going on, I did look on the blue line viewer that's available online. And the 2 streams that do cross the property are indeed blue line streams that will be jurisdiction of the Corps of Engineers. Typically, though, they are going to regulate what we would look at as the limits, what they call the ordinary high water mark, okay, which is kind of a vague term that's been boiled down to what we would consider the 2-year storm elevation in the creek. So as part of their development, the developer or the engineer would have to provide us a flood study that would show the limits of that 2-year storm. They would have to keep out of that. They would also establish the 100-year water surface elevation so we can set the minimum finished floor elevations for the buildings. I looked at the FEMA maps website also. There's not a mapped FEMA flood zone, so they wouldn't have any requirements on that they would have to meet. They would have to submit any information to the Corps of Engineers, and they would get a letter of non-jurisdiction. But with what they are showing on their site plan right now, I would not anticipate any issues with the Corps issuing the permits or a letter of non-jurisdiction.
Okay. I think what I just wanted for the benefit of the audience to hear is that there is a process that must be, and it's a federal process that must be adhered to. So, which hopefully that would provide some assurance to neighbors. So.
Yes, and they do have the process, and that'll be something that we go through as part of the requirement that we have in the city for them to obtain their stormwater quality permit. They'll have to have that documentation as part of that permit process as well before we'll issue permits for them to go out and begin grading and do any kind of construction.
All right, thank you.
Barry, before you leave, since you're up there, just talk about the traffic and the existing traffic infrastructure. I think both Penn and 192nd are calculated to have 22,000 cars a day. They have, well, from the 22 study, it's somewhere about half of that. I don't think it's probably doubled since then, but the roads are still designed to handle a lot more traffic than they currently have.
Yeah, both the intersection as well as a couple miles each direction have been improved to 4-lane facilities with 5 lanes, including the turn lanes at the intersection, all 4 directions. And it is signalized at 192nd and Penn. Then one of the residents had mentioned that they had asked about a traffic signal and that at the intersection there where Mulholland comes out. That's something they can request. And I don't know, I'm not an expert on all of the warrants that are required for the traffic signals, but they would have to go to, it's going to be the amount of traffic, it's going to be the accidents that have occurred at that location. They are also going to look at the proximity to the 192nd Street signal, and because anytime you put the signals too close together, you start creating more congestion than you've really solved. But that's a request that they could put to the traffic engineering department, and they would consider that. And I couldn't tell you what the outcome of it would be, but they would respond to that.
Okay, anything else for Barry? All right.
No. David, do you want to respond to?
So, in terms of the floodway and floodplains that go through here, my client can add a TE, or is willing to add a TE, that the location of the buildings as depicted on the site plan are what we are absolutely committed to. And I think what you heard Mr. Lodge say is that from a core perspective, he thinks that would satisfy. So we're willing to commit to the locations as depicted in this site plan. They're pretty far along the way in terms of the site design, which is why you have these very expensive renderings that have been produced. So we're willing to commit to that.
Sorry. If you do that, is that binding permanently? Somebody else ends up owning the land. If we approve this PUD,
Yeah.
they have to follow that the buildings are going to be where you showed in the pretty picture?
Yep.
Okay.
I was going to offer my thoughts for the commission. I know it may not be what everyone wants to hear, and I know that your home is a very important and emotional, and there's a lot of passion involved in that, and the height is what I wanted to talk about. Because I appreciate what people are saying. I'm looking at a 2-story apartment development, kind of a block to our north. We're talking about the difference between 2 and 3 stories, and I know it sounds like a lot. It's really not very much, and we're talking about a 40-foot limit, which a normal limit would be 35, I think, if it was R1. What I wanted to say as someone who works on these types of projects is the difference between 2 and 3 stories is often the difference in an apartment development between much nicer amenities, nicer finishes, higher rents, and a different category of apartment. So I'm kind of cutting it, if we were to cut everything down to 2 stories and everyone feels happy, that changes the whole economics of this development in unit counts and rents and the ability to actually develop a nicer development with more green space and more common areas. So you have a little bit more height, you don't have to cover as much of the site with concrete. And I can see in the site plan that I'm hearing that they're very committed to, that we do have generous green spaces, we do have a good setback from the south, we do have the creek preserved. And so I see those things as good aspects of this development that actually would be eroded by reducing significantly the height. Now, I think there's still a conversation to be had about the step down and the horse farm. I'm not trying to say, I'm not arguing for the applicant. I'm just making my observations as an architect that sometimes we need to be careful about how we impose these things, because you end up with actually a worse development. And as an example, and I have no knowledge of who's involved with the development to our north, but if you do look at those apartments, there's a lot more concrete and a lot less green space there. And that's a two-story development. So I'm kind of feeling like 3 stories is not out of scale on a hard corner of 2 4-lane streets behind a commercial intersection with the Casey's on the corner. That's just kind of my observations there.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at kind of community planning 101, you know, if you put a bullseye at an intersection, you know, the density is highest in its use at the intersection, and then it transitions down until you get to the half-mile mark point of the block, and then you kind of see it start to transition back up. So, I mean, these hard corners are where you see the densest developments in kind of the suburban areas. It's not out of the ordinary. I do understand that historically this has, you know, been 1-2-story development, but these neighborhoods continue to grow. I did want to circle back. I think it was Miss Miranda asked specifically. She wanted an explanation on why the variance to the R4. And I'm going to ask planning to respond to that, but the reason that we have SPUDs is to be able to put additional measures in place and vary those things, vary criteria that are in straight zoning cases like R4. And so that's how SPUDs are used, to be able to put those extra protections in place for the neighbors. But does planning want to add anything to that?
Yeah, and Sarah, you can correct me if I misspeak, but normally what's required is a 5-foot landscape buffer with a fence, at least for R4, and then as was mentioned, I think it was the 60-foot, 2-story height, and then you can kind of go up to a 3-story after that. So essentially what they said in exchange, in order to get a little bit more height, they've expanded the landscape buffer to 20 feet, and they're doing a masonry wall instead of a fence. Does that cover it, Sarah?
I think, well, yeah, and then just generally a PUD is a customized zoning district that allows you to negotiate and have trade-offs, and I think what they're doing is they're saying, in order for us to get the density that we normally could get on the whole entire site, they're going to put a 170-foot setback from the south, and in order to offset that, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they're trying to go up 2 or 3 stories to get the units.
May I jump in now, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
Thanks for that. I think Ms. Miranda might have actually understood that the PUD is used for compromises. I think she's just questioning, okay, great, we got some positives, but why 3 stories? Mr. Govine, I think, explained it pretty well. That extra 3 feet is getting you, they don't have to do a stone fence, they don't have to have mature trees, they don't have to do stone facades and all those things. So I think it's a tough call, which is better. My biggest problem on this, the neighbors that negotiated for 2 stories, we can't compare now to what it's currently allowed, because it was already a negotiation. When they already did a lot of give and take, I assume, in 13 years ago. So if what was negotiated was 2 stories, I have a problem with that. Am I missing something down, David? There was a negotiation, so that give and take occurred, and then it was agreed to limit it to 2 stories in the past. So I don't like retrading the neighbors to the west on that.
I wasn't involved. I don't know. It was an old PUD. I mean, this is a new PUD. I understand. I mean, and perhaps there's thoughts on those 2 buildings on the west that you or, you know, Mr. Noble has, but.
So I guess I'd say then, yeah, because I wasn't involved either, whether those neighbors or the other neighbors now, reconsidering it, prefer to give in on the 2-story limitation to get all of these other things. If it were me, I think I, as the neighbor, would prefer to give on the 3 stories to get all of these other amenities. If I missed it, Mr. Work, you're representing that next door neighbor, but is that, am I following that these same owners who negotiated this before, you may not have been involved, but it was the same owners next door, they had some trade-offs, so they now would rather have no stone fence and no mature trees and none of these other things in order to keep the 2 stories?
Well, that's not the way I would put it, but yes, we negotiated so that there would be a step down in the zoning. I mean, we're not saying that we don't want the change to happen to allow multifamily residential. We're open to that. But we do feel that what was negotiated back in 2007 was we'd have a step down in intensity as we got closer to the boundary between the PUD property and the farm property.
Yeah, and I get that. I
So-
guess I'm asking is if now we're reconsidering it, if they didn't already get a stone wall, if they didn't already get mature trees, if they didn't already get those, are they now willing to change their mind on the 2 stories in order to get all of those other things?
Well, I'm not sure that's how that certainly was not how that was presented to us, but what we would like to see is we would like to see the step down that the R4 district requires. So we would like to see the limitation on the height of the building that the R4 would mandate. We understand that they have proposed a masonry wall along the west boundary, that they've got a 20-foot buffer, but the impact we feel is going to be so significant to have a 40-foot tall building only 20-foot setback from our property all along from north to south. That's going to have a negative impact on our property, we believe.
I'd just be surprised if they're digging in on that, because if I understand it, that extra story, they're actually going to ask for 5 more feet. And then I failed to at least repeat. And the facade, I don't think they had negotiated previously for, is this stone or something? I mean, it could just be some wooden.
There were provisions about, but what was contemplated, of course, in this 100-foot buffer were going to be office buildings. So there were architectural controls that were included in that PUD 1205.
In this PUD, there's 70% brick and stone.
Prior one or the new one?
The new one. I want to hear from the applicant on the response.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you identified it correctly. There may have been a agreement for 2 stories. Our request here is different, but we think perhaps more protections. An 8-foot masonry wall is I struggle to remember the last time an 8-foot masonry wall was agreed to between uses. It's a very expensive, very significant barrier. And then a 20-foot landscape buffer with, mature trees is, I think, a significantly better transition between 2 uses than what would be allowed under the current PUD.
I would like to see us discuss the landscaping, trees, creeks. We talked about the siding of the buildings and actually delivering what's been promised with these nice images. I'm not sure exactly how we get the language right to do that, but
I would say a few things just to get right at the issue at 5:30. I think we should take these 2 buildings that are furthest to the west at the north side and make them 2 stories. I think we need to guarantee that the language in the PUD guarantees that nothing will be built on the south side, around that creek, around the flood zone, that it specifically prohibits that. I think we want to explicitly prohibit the ability to build within that creek and make sure that it's clear that that setback's going to be there. But that's where I am. I think I respect what Kelly is saying about what the horse farm might be expecting on the north side, especially with those 2 buildings being, again, assuming the developer is committing to what is being rendered being what they are going to develop, then those 2 buildings on the north side, make them 2 stories. And I think that goes a long way in addressing those concerns. I disagree with the idea that this 5 feet is going to make any difference whatsoever in your ability to make them single-family homes versus multifamily homes in the future. But that would be my suggestions on all of these things. I think the neighbors have been very reasonable. I think that to the south, that is a huge buffer. Like, that is a really big buffer between those neighbors in Valencia and the first building, assuming we can get strong enough language to prevent any construction within that area. So
we will agree that those 2 buildings can be 2-story. the setback regs already in the PUD have a setback from the south of 170 feet, which captures that. So we've already got it from a setback. We can add a TE that those two buildings, which I think are identified on the tract as building 1 and 3, building 1 and 3 as depicted on the site plan, shall be required to be 2-story, which would be the only TE.
Yeah, I'm good with that. If Kelly?
We would like to see the two-story limit apply from the north boundary to the south boundary within a certain distance from the boundary between the two properties. That would be our request. I think Commissioner Pennington, with regard to the issue about the wetland/pond area, it's a comment, we were referencing the comment from the staff that is in the staff report about that if there were some language that addressed the preservation of that area as a natural area, that would improve, enhance conformance with the plan. Right now, it just has this provision regarding setback, and it does not have any language that provides for protection or preservation of that area in its natural state.
You're talking about
That
the
was
south side of the lot? The south side?
Yes, sir. Yeah, where it's
I'm
essentially
sure we can agree to tree preservation.
wetland/pond.
Maximum tree
170
preservation
feet?
within the, within the
whatever.
buffer? Yeah.
It's non-buildable, it's right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that
Can't touch it.
I think it's probably core regulated. There's a massive box that goes underneath Penn. You can see it right there. So, I mean, we don't want to touch it. It's a wetland. In terms of the request on the entirety, if you look at view 5, I mean, what you'll see is the way that building 1 and 3 are oriented. I understand the concern because of the way they present themselves as more kind of like a flat wall. But if you look at view 5, the buildings, do you have view 5? Keep going. Well, that's okay. View 5, because the orientation of the building is more of a almost kind of east-west, it doesn't have the same impact. So we would not agree to 2-story on that. But we agree on building 1 and 3.
I feel like that's a pretty good compromise.
I think that's a good
and-
compromise.
Yeah, I would agree.
It keeps the density, and the last thing I want to see is another footprint of a building and increase the density. And
Right.
So,
Yeah, and you, David, did you say you were, I was trying to figure out how we word the stream bed. Is it stream bed as depicted on site plan exhibit?
Building location shall be as depicted on exhibit.
Well, yeah, building location's one thing. I was just trying to make sure that the lines that are known as stream bed and called out, that would be what establishes that zone of no development or no building.
Yeah, that's
at least. I wasn't trying to hem you in that much, but hey, if you're willing to, we should.
Guys, I looked it up. It's a 404 Blue Line Creek. They cannot, they're gonna, when they submit for a permit, they're gonna have to send off a letter. The Corps is gonna take, they're not gonna say that it's not within, the blue line. They're gonna say, it is a blue line, you can't touch it. They're probably also gonna have to have a floodplain activity permit, Barry, you don't think? Because it's not FEMA? Okay, but they're not gonna let them modify the slopes, the bottom, they're not gonna get a work permit on the bottom, I don't believe. And if they did, they can't build on top of it no matter what.
Okay, well, we're confident enough.
That's my concern, is the neighbors to the south.
yeah, and the creek going through the property.
Yeah, I'm talking
So-
about the one going through.
Right. So if the orientation is what the orientation is, I think.
And the streams and the ponds that we're talking about in these adjacent residential developments that are so nice now, those were engineered at one point as part of the subdivision developments anyway. So that's why if we keep that happening here, you'll have that same feel, and we keep don't pave over it all.
All right, we think we're ready for a motion?
Could I offer just one additional comment, Commissioner? As was referenced earlier, there has been communication from the applicant's representatives that the trees that would be planted within the landscape buffer area would be mature trees. That's not really been specified anywhere. It's certainly not in the design statement. So if that is the commitment that is being made, then there needs to be some specification on that. Otherwise, it's going to be meaningless.
So I guess I'd defer to you, Mr. Claire, as to what is mature from a landscape architect standpoint. I know there's an issue with.
And those were their words to us.
Yeah. I mean, it varies, depending on who you ask, but I think you'd be better off specifying caliper, or a height that shall be achieved in a time frame, like 5 years.
Isn't it better to do caliper?
That would be at time of planning.
Or if it's a late bloomer like I am, and it's very short for a long period of time, we have to rip them out. If we do, is a 3-inch caliper a significant, or a mature tree?
A 4-inch caliper
Let's
would
do
be.
4-inch caliper will be required within the 20-foot buffer.
Okay.
That would double what's normally required.
That will, so just for everyone's reference, a 4-inch caliper tree would generally go in, be installed at around 20 foot tall, and it would achieve 30 feet in, depending on the species, within a year or two. So that's a pretty significant tree.
Okay, we agree to that.
Okay, 4-inch caliper trees in landscape buffers.
That way
All
we
right.
don't deal with the height.
Are we ready with the motion?
I will try. So, motion to approve PUD 2026 with the TE number 1 of building number 1 and building number 3 shall be limited to 2 stories in height. And TE number 2, that trees shall be 4-inch caliper in the west 20-foot setback.
As
depicted on And the buildings shall be, do you want number 3, with the buildings to be oriented as depicted in the site plan?
I think we were clarifying that the trees that are planted shall be spaced as indicated on the exhibit.
As part of TE number 2?
Yeah.
We're going to address with some additional language what the restriction will be with regard to this wetland/pond area within the south end of the property, where it's going to be subject to the 140, 170-foot setback. So I had understood Mr. Box to offer that they would be willing to restrict that area to be preserved in its natural state. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but.
So it's in common area. I mean, the only thing I'd say is, we have a 170-foot setback. There could exist a situation where it silts in and the city requires us to go remove things for drainage purposes. So I don't want to say no one can ever touch it, but we have nothing could be built in there. It's a 170-foot setback.
They could put a parking lot there.
Okay, we can say no parking lots.
No development.
Yeah.
It would still be able to be developed, so that's, if there, are they proposing, they've been leading us to believe that it is going to be left in its natural state, or it's going to be preserved, but the language is not in the PUD.
Leading you to believe, okay, Kelly, we're not going to build a parking lot. We won't develop the area.
So we can just say that there will be no development within the southern setback, and we're going to preserve trees to the maximum extent possible. That's not strong enough?
Well, that latter language really is probably not, the language about the preserving trees to the greatest extent possible is probably not going to be legally enforceable, but we do like to have some restriction that would prevent it from being developed. I think that would be
So he just used the
appropriate.
specific phrase, no development, and you are saying that's not sufficient, or you're saying that is sufficient?
Well, I'll leave that to you all
Okay.
to determine, but our concern was if it is in fact going to not be developed and it's going to be preserved in its natural state, then that should be addressed in the design statement, and it is not at present.
But
We'll
we
use
can
that.
say
We'll
no
add a
development.
TD.
Of course, it's
No
not
development.
in a natural state now because there's a massive drainage culvert that was installed.
And a pond. You
Yeah.
you
So,
can't
I
develop it.
mean,
So,
And a
no
setback.
development.
And who knows when it get, like you said, it gets silted in and they have to go in and dredge it in order to maintain flood, yeah, so.
And
I think no development and leave it at that.
right. So TE number 4, no development in the south setback.
All right, that's a motion.
Agreed.
All right, have a motion, subject to the technical evaluations as read in by Commissioner Noble. Yeah, I think we're waiting on our system. Can you? All right, now we need a second. It's been seconded by Commissioner Pennington. Please cast your votes.
And thank you to Miss Miranda for such a nice exhibit. Was that the correct name? Yes. The Miranda. No, okay. I thought I heard you say Linda. Well, thank you, Miranda, for this. That was helpful.
All right, and that item passes. Thank you. Item 17.
This is a recommendation on a proposed ordinance amending Chapter 59 of the Municipal Code related to lodging accommodations and home sharing.
Good evening, Lisa. Good evening, good
It
afternoon,
is.
sorry. Good afternoon, Lisa Cronister, Assistant Planning Director. Home sharing, proposed changes to home sharing were introduced at the Planning Commission meeting of August 8th and set for public hearing and recommendation today. So I have just, that's not the right. There you go. So I have just a brief presentation to recap what the ordinance contains, and then we can hear public comments. So next slide. Thank you. Next slide. This is not the one I sent earlier. This is not the one I sent earlier. Yeah, that one. Well. Okay, that's, I mean, if that's all we have, we can use it. 9/12/24. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, well, I'll start talking. Well, you can, we can work off this one for I'll just tell you to forward. Keep going. Go down to, I just really wanted to recap. So we did outreach. I just really wanted to recap what the new ordinance has, and that doesn't start till like slide 12 or 15. Right here, it's slide 11. Okay, slide 12. Okay, so there's two ordinances. One is changes to Chapter 13. The other is changes to Chapter 59. The proposed changes to Chapter 13 would be for all home shares. That's both host occupied and non-host occupied. Chapter 13 changes include adding a definition of primary residence and clarify how that is proved in the application. The Chapter 13 would also set a maximum occupancy limit between the hours of 11 and 6, based on the number of bedrooms, +2. And it would also clarify that home sharing approvals do not invalidate or supersede restrictive covenants or deed restrictions. Next slide. And then the changes to Chapter 59 would apply to home shares that require a special exception. Those include home shares that are in HP, Historic Preservation Zoning Districts, or those that are not host, occupied by their host. And it would specify a minimum 2-night stay. It would reduce the maximum term from 10 years to 5 years. It would limit the number of home shares, special exceptions only, to not exceed 10% of the units within any given block. It would have off-street parking requirements. It would, again, authorize the board to consider restrictive covenants, deed restrictions, or lease agreements, and it would clarify how special exceptions are revoked. So on the July 10th study session, there were a couple of questions from Planning Commission. One was a proposal to change the name of home sharing to be home sharing / short-term rental. Staff agrees that's something we can do, and we would pick up that change in the version that goes back to council. I'm sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah, so at the July 10th study session, we talked about changing the name. Staff agrees that's something we can implement. Also, there were questions about making clear that the property owner has to authorize the tenant to provide home sharing. We believe that's already captured in one of the Chapter 13 provisions. Then the next two slides next few slides are really the meat of new information for this meeting based on questions we got at your August 8th meeting. One was questions about enforcement, how it can be improved, and specifically could licensing fees be increased to fund improved enforcement. So right now, the city's Office of Innovation is studying enforcement approaches and what those would cost. Specifically, they are developing an RFP for a third-party software that could help us monitor compliance. And hopefully that will help us attain some more compliance, the fact that we can monitor it. And then based on the results of that effort, we can figure out, what the most effective enforcement approaches would be, what they would cost, and how they would pay for it. So that's something that is in the works. It will be some time before we have results from that, but I think it's moving in the right direction. There was also a question about how is the residency of a trust or LLC determined, because the properties are owned by a trust or LLC. The host actually has to be a designated person in terms of the application and the license, so it would be under the name of the trustee, managing partner, or president of the entity. Then there was questions if we could change the language about considering restrictive covenants to include references to, quote, to businesses in general, not just home sharing. And the answer at that meeting from the Horseshoe was no, because the covenant language must be clear, must be absolutely clear that a property's use is plainly prohibited. It has to be specific and clear, so it would have to say home sharing. So those were some of the technical and legal questions, but then there were some policy questions that were discussed, and we don't have answers to those. Those are your purview. There was this discussion about to what extent a 2-night minimum stay is enforceable, or if it should be longer or shorter. That's a policy question. And there's a suggestion that the term of renewal be reduced to 3 years. Maximum, again, that is a policy decision. So that's the end of my presentation. Other than quick next steps, we're here to you for recommendation. The ordinance is still going through the process at Board of Adjustment, and then it would go to council for additional public hearings.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cronister? I do have 3 folks signed up to speak.
I'm not quite sure, I have a question. I'm not quite sure how enforcement is a policy question for us, other than we can say, we want it enforced. I mean, if it's enforceable or not enforceable seems to me to be a legal question and or a mechanical question for the code enforcement folks. Is there a mechanism by which this can be enforced? Yeah, just to change the specific, the 2-night stay, for instance.
Yeah, right. So enforceable is, like, you could call code enforcement, but how do they know if they were there the night before, right? And so I guess by policy, she's mainly meaning the software system and some of that enforceability.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say, is perhaps the third-party software can see if they have a 2-night stay policy on their app.
Yes, and if today somebody was complaining that they didn't meet their 2-night minimum stay, and if they were published on Airbnb or VRBO, we might be able to determine that. But it is, of course, as with many things, it is a process to find out when exactly did they inhabit and when exactly did they leave. And maybe we talked last time, perhaps people have rented it for the 2 nights but didn't move in until the second night.
I wouldn't.
Because if it's $100 a night, it's not that big of a deterrent. So anyways, it's just part of the ordinance.
Any longer just doesn't make sense, though, and it's just bad for business. Like a weekend is 2 nights.
Yeah.
That's what people want to do a lot of the time. I mean,
And I think
Well, and even-
bigger cities were doing that, the 2-night stay, and so that's what they got it.
I guess I'll ask, but I know we're going to hear from more neighbors. I tend to lean towards going to a lower renewal time period. I like the 3 years, just because if the fee is only $24, I mean, why wouldn't we give neighbors another opportunity to come up and say to the Board of Adjustment, we have problems with this Airbnb? So I would support the 3 years versus the 5.
Well, so the license fee is moved to $100.80, I think is what it is, per year. And then the only place notice would be on a special exception, and that's a $300 application fee. And so what we've been doing in the past is that if it's a new application, 1 year. If it's a renewal with no problems, we'll give them 3. That's pretty much the maximum.
That's
With a maximum of 5 years that we could give, but we give 3.
But so you're saying the practice has been
That's the
3 years,
practice.
which is why I'm like, well, then let's just bring the policy in alignment with the practice.
You could, or you could, is there a progressive situation where someone comes back, they get 1, they have no problems, they get 3, they've done 3, they get 5 next time? You know, like, is that even?
And we haven't been, none of the board members have been on there long enough to get there.
Right, it's a new thing.
All right, we ready to hear from citizens? All right, Nick Tran.
Hello, Commission. My name is Nick Tran. My office is at 1216 Northwest 34th Street, which is, I believe, do the wards correspond to the same as the City Council? That would be Ward 2. There's a few concerns that I have about this ordinance as it's presented. So as it stands currently, the city doesn't have a real good grasp as to how many home shares are actually being operated in the city. And the main culprit to that, if you go and ask the hosts that are not operating correctly, they are just too afraid of the process. The process is very, very cumbersome. We've done this process now for about 5 years, and it's still very, very difficult for us to understand what the timelines are. There's confusion between the departments in the city and within the departments of the city. So all of these, to give a really concrete example, so I have one house that that we got the business license expired in October, but we long-term rented out until the next March. We apply for our special exemption license in March. We begin the application process. The meeting is not held until July. We don't receive our first license until August. That license is still, as of this day, incorrect with the incorrect timelines. And then now we're going to have to go back in about 1 month to start this whole process over again, because the business licensing department does a retroactive expiry date from the time in which you started your application. So in total, we lose like about 4 or 5 months of the whole year where we have to just keep reapplying. When I went back to the July, I believe that was the July 19th Board of Adjustments meeting, because I didn't apply for the special exemption when it expired in October, regardless that I was long-term renting it, I was penalized at that meeting and only had a 1-year exemption extended for that one. So the process is we're experienced. We've been doing this for 5 years, and it's still very, very tiring and cumbersome for us. At the same meeting, I presented about home shares and how they actually very, very much benefit the city, not just on a development standpoint. We're using our own private tax our own dollars to renovate many, many homes throughout the city, but also we can contribute. The home shares themselves can contribute to affordable housing in the city. I talk about that a lot on the July 19th Board of Adjustments meeting. You can listen to it there. But as home share operators, we shouldn't be demonized because we're the ones that are subjecting ourselves to the city. We're the ones that are coming forward and asking for permission and trying to go through this process as best as we can. And, we go to the Board of Adjustment meetings and we're being attacked the whole time. And then it's a very frustrating process, to say the very least. Just to talk very briefly and very succinctly about the proposed ordinances. Of course, there's a lot of things about the process that are exhausting, but the main point I want to make is the 2-night minimum stay. I think the parking requirement one is that's a good compromise. 4 guests to 1 car, off-street parking. I understand that, we have to abide by kind of streetscape and those kind of things, but an issue we come across with neighbors is no on-street parking at all altogether, which is not really fair. Any citizen in the United States can go, and if it's a public street, they can park on the street. It's not fair that I say, as a homeowner, I can't even park in front of my own house because the neighbor's gonna call in to complain. Regardless if it's my guest or if it's me, just because now there's a car parked out in front of my house, which this actually happened following the July 19th meeting. On July 20th, my neighbor called in, reported at 9 a.m. that I was parked, my own car was parked out front of my own house, and now I have a complaint on the Action Center because of that. And so I don't know how to differentiate on these different complaints, whether or not it's going to me as a homeowner or me as an operator. So that's one concern I have going forward, is how do we differentiate? Is it my car parked out front? Is it me personally in the house and the guests are complaining, or the neighbors are complaining about that? Or is it a guest at the house? That's, I think, a big concern going forward. And another concern is the 2-night minimum stay. I mean, that would absolutely devastate a lot of businesses around here. Oklahoma City isn't like a destination party city. A lot of people that are coming through, we get visitors going through Route 66. We get business travelers that are just stopping by. They're going to go to a convention. They're going to go to a conference. They're coming.
30 seconds.
Yeah. They're just coming in for a short stay, but they're not, there are families, they're guests. And so all you're going to do by restricting this 2-night minimum is you're going to push all of these people into hotels which is what the hotels want, and the families are just not going to be able to afford to come anymore. You have families that have 10, 12, 14 people, they can't fit into a hotel room. Meanwhile, they can stay inside of one of our homes. So I would just like you to consider some of these different ramifications as you move forward with this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Scarlett LaCow?
Well, thank you, everyone. It's almost 6 o'clock, and I know that all of us want to come home and have dinner and be with our kids. I just dropped off my girl to the ballet class, and I have to pick her up in 15 minutes anyway. So but this is so I would say thank you for everyone for being here and the staff that have a very thorough process and detail on all the licensing. I have been the host since 2017. And I'm going to echo what Nick has said earlier. The problem here is not the people applying that have the licenses. The problem here is the people don't have the licenses. And the problem is the process is very difficult to apply, is incumbent, is very paper-oriented, and even between the department, we have people, they cannot apply online, we have to apply in person, and when we come in the person, they don't even know our license number, and how do we even know? We can't even look up on that, and we just use the one that we printed and tape it in our house, and they don't match, and they call back, we come, and it's just like the whole process. So what is that number? We don't even know. And I understand this is very incumbent, and all the meetings of Board of Adjuster is almost the same. They ask the same questions, like how many bedrooms, how many guests can stay, do you have quiet hours, how many parking spots? It's the same questions, redundant again. And why do we have to do that? It's like, it's very, make the Board of Adjusters, it's very tired to hear and then use the same questions again and again. And even they say 5 to 10 years, but I never seen anyone can get to even 5 years. 3 years if you're lucky. Most of the time they only give you 1 year or 2 years. And the license number is $24, but you go to BOA is $300, so it's $324. And people always think that like home sharing make them lots of money. No, we don't. We have a lot of expenses. We are not efficient. We have to do laundry. We have to provide coffee, and also like the water utilities. They come in. I travel specifically with Airbnb because I have 3 kids. There's no way I would want to come home with a dirty suitcases with clothes because I want washer and dryer. It's a must. Suggestions is so. Those are the part. Some of the part that on the licensing process is going to be hard to implement is like the 10%. How are you going to identify the 10% when we cannot even get people to apply for the process? So that's number one questions. Number second is one night stay is how you're going to police that. Who are you going to put camera everywhere in our houses to see if that guest is really stay one night? The one night, none of the hosts want to have parties. We put so much money and so much capital to make the house pretty. We clean the house 3 times at least per week. We mow the lawn every single week. It's tip top. My Airbnbs are cleaner than my house. So we take care of the properties, and so the one night stay is basically, I use the tactics we use for the booking gaps. What is booking gaps? Because just like Nick said, we are not tourism, so people come to Oklahoma City only from Thursday to Sunday, Friday to Sunday, that's the most. You're lucky if you have someone staying during the week. So in order to open those gaps, you have to be flexible with your booking strategy. If not, you're not going to get revenue. And it's very expensive to maintain property insurance, property taxes, housekeeping, maintenance, everything. So it has to be understanding that. And also the Airbnb or the short-term rental is also a temporary solutions for hard economy time, like right now. Houses stay on the market so long. It takes 10 to a year to sell a house. What are you gonna do in that situations? The best is really if you get a contract with another house, you move to the second home, you need to Airbnb and VRBO your home so you can have some income substitute for that and also have the schedule flexible for realtor to show when it's not booked. If we put too much rules and regulations, we're suffocating the economy and the growth of our city and the nature of the market.
All right, thank you, Ms. LaCow. Lynn Smith.
Good afternoon. I promise we didn't all get together because I have a lot of the same sentiments to share. I'm the owner of Pro Familia Homes, a short-term rental company here in Oklahoma City, and have been hosting since 2020. I support the policy change to do a 3-year maximum for special exceptions because that's what the board does anyway. First, I want to acknowledge that the proposed ordinance change to address saturation in short-term rentals is the right move. I currently live in the Helm Farm neighborhood, a small 14-block community of about 450 homes, and about 30 of them are operating as short-term rentals, most of which happen to be unlicensed. Or take my old neighborhood, Portland Hills, where my own short-term rental is located. There are at least 2 unlicensed short-term rentals about a block away, 3617 Northwest 53rd, hosted by Sarah and Kevin, and 3621 Northwest 53rd Street, co-hosted by Sarah and Kevin. These 2 properties are side by side on Northwest 53rd Street and appear to be unlicensed. Neighborhoods thrive when they're filled with families and individuals who want to be invested in their community. When there's too many short-term rentals in a small area, that balance can be disrupted. However, I do have serious concerns about the proposed change that would require hosts who do not live in their primary residence to implement that 2-night minimum stay. This rule seems aimed at preventing parties and noise, but I believe it misses the mark and unfairly benefits hotels. In my experience, I've hosted over 773 guest nights, with 46 of those being one-night stays. Like she said earlier, we don't want one-night stays. But those 46 stays have contributed nearly $5,000 to our business. That's about a year's worth of mortgage payments. Research conducted by Tourism Economics found that 23.2 million visitors to Oklahoma City generated a record annual economic impact of $4.3 billion in 2022, with overnight visitors accounting for 57% of that spending. So based on their data, if we go back to my 46 one-night stays, that generated almost $50,000 in revenue for the economy of Oklahoma City. That's food and beverage, retail, recreation and entertainment, transportation, and lodging. Limiting one-night stays would have a significant impact on our ability to cover our costs, like maintenance and property upkeep, which directly benefits the neighborhoods and helps increase all of our property value. But you might be thinking, what's the big deal about one-night stays? It's only 6% of your bookings. But the truth is, those one-night stays really make a difference, especially in the shoulder seasons of January and February, when bookings are bleak. As responsible hosts, we implement one-night stays as part of our revenue management strategy. One-night stays are not preferred. They create more work for us and more wear and tear on our property. But in the slow seasons, they help us pay our bills and maintain our homes, which helps keep our neighborhoods looking its best. And our travelers, our guests that are staying for one night, they're coming for medical appointments for themselves or their pets, or they're just passing through town for their next destination. The real intention behind two-night minimums seems to be curbing noise and parties. But I can tell you that a two-night minimum doesn't prevent those things. Like you all said, you can come early, you can leave late. What prevents parties are proper guest screening and the use of noise monitoring technology. We've used a privacy-safe noise monitor at our property since the beginning. This alerts us and the guest when noise exceeds a certain decibel level. There are several affordable options for these noise monitoring devices in the market, and they are proven to reduce the likelihood of parties. So instead of focusing on 2-night minimums, I'd encourage the commission to amend the ordinance to require privacy-safe noise monitoring devices in short-term rentals, or maybe offer a discount to hosts for their next license fee. Incentivize people to comply with the rules. The people here today voicing their concerns are most likely your responsible hosts. We care about guests and our properties and our neighborhoods. The real issue lies with unlicensed, illegal short-term rentals that operate with no oversight.
30 seconds.
Including the 2 properties I've already mentioned, I've reported numerous multiple illegal short-term rentals throughout Oklahoma City to the Action Center, and these properties are still going. The current ordinance lacks enforcement, and most hosts know it. We need tangible consequences for illegal operators. A host compliance tool like Rentalscape by Deckard Technologies would provide real data for the city so we can make informed and meaningful changes to this ordinance in the future. To close, I would urge the commission to remove the 2-night minimum, consider incentivizing hosts to implement noise monitoring devices, which will help eliminate parties and noise, and prioritize stronger compliance measures to address illegal rentals. We are the responsible hosts. We want to work with you to create solutions that truly benefit Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all I had signed up to speak.
I am Michelle Stapleton. I live at 1521 North Chartel. I've lived in Mista Park and Heritage Hills since 1982. We have the Seaburn Hotel, and we have 11 Airbnbs in Seaburn, and I have 3 in Heritage Hills, which are, one is my primary residence. We are a different kind of Airbnb because of our location, but we strongly think the 2-night minimum is a must. We think that people abuse with the 1 nights. We have a different opinion from these people, I understand that. We're most concerned in our areas, the HP areas and the HL areas, that the parking is really a big problem because our streets are so narrow. And people, I can't park in front of my house. It's illegal to park in front of where I live. So that's just the thing that goes on living in the inner urban area. And then in some of the other streets, they're so narrow, and and people have shared driveways and things like that, and they just can't have extra parking on the streets in those areas. So I agree with the 2-night minimum. I'm fine. I think they all have, we do have a problem getting the licenses. They lost my first license, and we've been Airbnbs for over 11 years. So sometimes they don't find us, sometimes they find us, sometimes they don't find us for 6 months. But you had a lot of rotation in employees during this period too. So I think that had a lot to do with it. You can't see someone because everyone's upstairs. So that's all I had to say.
Mrs. Stapleton, just one thing. On the 2-night stay, and you said you're for the 2-night stay, so what do you think the 2-night stay, the advantage of the 2-night stay is for you?
Well, we have some 1-nighters, but they come in at red eye. You know, so we have a very secure building. We have covered parking, gated parking. We have secure fob systems to get into the building. We're a different kind of property. So they may come in at 1 o'clock at night, so they pay for 2 nights. That's 1 night for us. We are so affordable in Oklahoma City that if somebody wants to stay 1 night, they can pay for 2 nights, I think, truthfully. And still they could stay 2 nights with us in a 1,200 square foot apartment, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, across from the Ambassador, and spend less than 1 night there. And it's not 1/3 the size. So that's just my opinion.
Is it possible to bring back up the slide that was about the specific, that summarized the specific issues we're talking about. At this late hour, it might be good for us to be very focused.
Well, while we're waiting on that, I previously wasn't clear on the 2-night minimum. I'm not for that anymore. I don't think we should have it anymore.
I agree.
Based on what I've heard today.
Well, and let me just say this about the 2-night minimum. I think the idea behind it was to try to decrease parties and to force people to be there 2 nights instead of just rent it for 1 night and have a party. Me personally, I think that the number of guests allowed in the house is what dictates if you can have a party or not. I mean, you can have a party with 6 people, it's just not as much fun. So we limit the number of parties or number of guests that fit the house. If more people are at the property than is allowed, the neighbors, again, would have to call code enforcement to get it fixed. But that, to me, is how you stop parties.
Here, my concern is not just parties. My concern is that anybody who was going to do anything that they might get kicked out, then they're going to come in and just 1 night, and whether it's a party, whether it's their dog barking, whether it's an offensive anything, whether they're going to offend the neighbors, well, they didn't need 2 days, because by the time anybody calls and complains, anybody shows up, they're out of there. So it's not just a party, it's noise, it's a dog, it's an offensive vehicle, it's an offensive sign, it's an offensive anything. Then it means, you know what, I only need a day, because by the time there's a problem, I'm out of there. If somebody's coming into a neighborhood to rent a home, I want them, I want to discourage that from being used. Parties is probably the most likely, but it's anything else. If I may real quick, and I'll take a minute and a half for not my full 5 minutes. I like the restrictions and complements that have been put together. These are homes. Most of the arguments these folks are making are because the people, the illegal operators, well then fine, let's shut down the illegal operators. Let's not accommodate all the, let's not loosen everything just because there's illegal operators. Real quickly, I think I have 5. One is the bureaucracy. I'm going to defend the city here. If what was trying to be done is to switch a home in a neighborhood to short-term, or maybe then long-term, or maybe back to short-term, I'm sorry, if it's cumbersome, so be it. If some don't want to comply, let's shut them down. But if it's going to be cumbersome to make these changes to homes and neighborhoods, so be it. We have hotels, separate in hotels. These are homes and neighborhoods. Number 2, one of the commenters said they benefit the city by renovating them and contribute to the affordable housing. If you're changing something to a short-term rental, I think you're taking an affordable home off the market. Number 3, parking. It's not fair that they can't park off-street. Then don't allow the home to be rented short-term, like it's a hotel room, because it's actually a home. The 2-night stay minimum would devastate businesses, I heard. I don't like thinking of these as businesses mixed in the middle of people's homes. Along those lines, the 5th one, I know it's expensive. I know you're not going to get revenue if you're not allowing the 1-night stays. Fine, no one is making you rent these homes out in the middle of these neighborhoods. If it's too expensive and there's not enough revenue, then you know what? It can be a home, and it can contribute to the affordable homes that we need. I think otherwise, if we don't put these restrictions in place, I think it's fine. The hotels that are in appropriate locations in the city then can accommodate 1-night stays and people that want to come in and get out. That's it.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
I have to say, and this is not going to be a popular thing to say right now, especially at 6:17, I feel like I don't know enough about all this. I mean, this idea that there is so much confusion and difficulty with these licenses, and that staff is, losing things, and I've heard that from so many people. And if there's an issue with the way these things are being administered, we need to deal with that. I am not happy to just say, oh, well, it's, the 2-night minimum is meant to deal with parties, but it doesn't really, so we're just not going to do anything. I mean, if we don't have some kind of active, effective enforcement for this stuff, and we're just hanging these neighborhoods out to dry, call code enforcement, see what good it does you. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just not a response. That's just not okay with me. If there are issues that can be addressed, I mean, do we have the ability to require people to have noise monitoring systems in place? But who's it going to inform? It's going to inform the business owner, and then they'll have to take action, and maybe that's okay. But, I mean, there have to be answers for these problems rather than just say, well, there's nothing we can do, and there's so many people that are, operating illegally, and what difference does it make? And I mean, I just can't go there. I don't think I'm ready to vote on this. I think I need a lot more information about how this system works, how it doesn't work, and ways it could work better than it does. I so much appreciate the work that you do on the Board of Adjustment. I mean, I've just sat through a couple of those meetings. But, there has to be teeth. There has to be effective enforcement. There have to be consequences for behavior that's not the behavior we want to see. And the system has to be built around that in a way that makes sense. I'm not in favor of, putting a Band-Aid over a crack in the dike and calling it good. It's like, I think we need to dig into this.
I think we all agree with you as far as the enforcement. I don't think anybody thinks that the enforcement of the Airbnb stuff home sharing and / short-term rental is effective or adequate. I don't think any of us agree on that. I think the question for me is about what is the appropriate vehicle to address those issues. Agree that clearly there's an administrative problem. I don't know that this ordinance is designed to correct that, nor do I know that that's the correct vehicle. I think that when it comes to whether or not we have enough information to pass this ordinance, the intention of this, which is why all of these are greater restrictions, is all about trying to lower the number of licenses that are issued. I mean, there's no denying that that's the intention, is to make it so there's less of them that are in use. So from the standpoint of needing more information, I'm like, but we're making it harder to do. So we're making it harder to operate and obtain a license. We're making restrictions right now. And so I'm a little less concerned about we're gonna unleash this thing that we don't understand. I'm like, we're gonna limit them more. And so why would we not move more quickly towards eliminating more of them? Because that's what effectively this ordinance does.
I do not view this as an ordinance that's designed to limit the number of them. That's not where I'm going with that.
I think it is.
I think that the goal here is to require those that are operating to do a better job of operating. I mean, there are the controls within, so many on a block and all that, and I think those are appropriate. But it's not that I want to limit the overall number of them. Not at all. I just want to make sure that the ones that are operating properly, and that does include bringing the unlicensed ones under the umbrella so that we can deal with them. But it also requires that the ones that are operating legally are sort of doing a better job of operating the way we want them to.
Illegally? But I think, so are we wanting more information about the city's, the council's efforts to increase the enforcement? Because my understanding, and maybe that was a previous slide.
Yes.
I don't know if we can go back to that slide, Jared.
But that is coming, right? So there's an RFP out to get information.
Okay, or it's or we'll get around to it later. That's not a good enough answer for me.
But then we're going to pause greater restrictions because we don't know enough about whether they can enforce the current restrictions. I'm like, if we think this will help us get our hands better or have better tools to enforce the existing rules, why wouldn't we just go ahead and do that while we also get additional information and better enforcement?
Because we don't revisit things very often, and so once this is in place and this is the way it works for the next 5 or 10 years, and that's...
We don't revisit things enough. I'm sure you're right about that.
Let me just say something about the administrative process of getting a home sharing license and a special exception. And Sarah, you could probably talk to this, but we are working towards streamlining that and making it better. It's been a process. And as the applicants can tell you, it can be a 3 or 4 month process, and when your license doesn't align with your special exception, that is when this thing can take half of a year to get done, and then you're starting over, which is getting fixed.
That needs to be fixed.
Right?
It's outrageous.
He's going to make me say it on the record again. Our Board of Adjustment, I think they do a fantastic job with each case, and the information that is available to them and the information they request and the terms and conditions that apply. One of the frustrations of the hosts is that historically when a license is issued, which is done through our Development Services Department, those licenses are good for 1 year. And they have historically had a birthday, so if your license was issued on, let's say, August 1st, if you forgot to renew it and you came in to renew it, it would go through, if you didn't come in for 6 months, you would renew it, it would still go to August 1st. And you'd still pay the fee. At the time was $24, now it's $100. Now what we've been doing, planning, me, Cindy Lakin, manage the Board of Adjustment and the special exception process. And so when we go to the Board of Adjustment, we've started to include the license information if one exists for the board. And if the license has never been issued before because it's new or because that license is expired, we've been working with Development Services Department so that when the special exception is approved, there's a 10-day appeal period, and then the license will be issued and they can get caught up. We'll get them back on track. It's a little more challenging when the special exception is coming up for a renewal and the license doesn't expire yet, or we're still working on that part. But the other part, and this is new since Nick was even here, is that we're now able to issue the license, a new license or a renewal license for the term that'll match the special exception. So we are trying. Yeah.
Are we working on getting it online?
That is something that we have discussed.
As well? That's a good one.
It's a long form.
So for the special exceptions, our applications are taken via email, but licensing is currently, you have to come in person. Part of that, I believe, is because they have to show proof of owner you have to provide all the residency. That part, we understand from Development Services, they're working on making that online also.
I've got one question, and it's for kind of the ADU task force. How is this going to interface with the ADU?
Still up in the air a little bit.
And where I'm going, and everyone's going to shoot me, is I almost feel like I need to look at both of them at the same time to understand, to make sure that they intermesh well.
Well, I think quality enforcement and a good ordinance from the home sharing takes care of the ADU problem. That's me personally.
And
Where we are on that currently is that we want to see the short-term rental modifications in place before we deal with the ADU, or before we finalize the ADU, because we want to know how they will relate. If they're both still in flux, then it's too hard to see where we are.
I also think the question still comes down to, we know that we're going to want some type of limitation to an ADU's ability to be home shared. I think we're still just debating about the right way to do it. Do you require that if it's an ADU, the host has to be living in that primary residence, which I think is where most of us lean at this current moment, or do we just ban it outright? I think that's probably where we actually are. So I do think this is helpful, because whether you set the 2 or 1 night minimum, what the minimum standard is, I think critically makes us think differently about it. I think if you limit it to the special exceptions to only 10% of a block, I think that in fact affects the way we're going to think about it. But from the ADU perspective, it's just like, are we going to make them prove that they're residents, or are we going to ban it? I really think that's where the consensus is.
Let me go from Board of Adjustment spot on that, is that they would come to us for a variance on an ADU. They will come to us for a variance for a 2-night stay.
Mm-hmm.
They will come to us for a variance for all of this. And so, not that I don't like our docket and staying there for 4 hours talking about this, but we try to get them through really pretty quickly. We really do. And she brought up basically the 4 questions we ask them. And we're only as good as the information we get. We And so, you know, we get a docket, we get the addresses, we look them up. I look at the size of the house, the number of bedrooms. I mean, we'd spend the time. We actually do a good job, I think, at Board of Adjustments to police this at this stage with the information we get.
That raises like a whole new thing for me. People, you're talking about people coming to the Board of Adjustment to ask you for a variance to the 2-night minimum. Yeah, that's not a thing.
It will become
well,
one.
it shouldn't be. You know, it's, to me, when you think about what is required to get a variance, you know, it's hard to see how there's any hardship involved in that that's not purely economic. So, you know, it's like,
Where I'm mostly coming at this for now is that what we're doing, I think, is tightening up. We're restricting, we're making it less available to do this. I would rather do that now. I get it, Commissioner Newman, Commissioner Powers, you want more information, but if what we're doing is tightening it now, we can loosen it later. If we leave it too loose, and then we decide later some of these things were a good idea, well, then somebody has bought a home, spent all the time to rent it out, has an ADU they're gonna rent out, they're gonna do all these things, and then all of a sudden we go, you know what, we need to tighten it up. And I think that's where Commissioner Pennington is too. We're just tightening it now with, I get it, lack of information. Let everybody know it's tight, and if we decide that one night was okay, then let's do it later, but let's start, I like starting restrictive and loosening it later, potentially.
I'm sorry, this isn't in a discussion.
I would venture to say that, the more of this that goes in there, what the net effect is less people actually going through the legitimate process and applying in the first place and just operating illegally, which is exactly what I would do. If I wanted to do a one night, I'm renting for one night, you know?
I did start my spiel with that, I get it, is that but that's the only arguments I'm hearing against any of this is, well, then people are just gonna violate it. I'm sorry, I can't not put in place what I think we should put in place because we're not gonna enforce it. Then we'll have some people out there operating illegally, and let's shut them down, and let's remember who they are, and they should never get a license ever, because eventually we will enforce it. They may get away with it for a while, but I'm not gonna leave it loose just because we're not gonna enforce it. I wanna enforce what's appropriate.
And maybe what we need to do in light of, again, the time, is we need to just see where we are. And
We need to stop kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, we do.
We are providing a recommendation to city council. They're the elected officials.
I'm in agreement with that, which is why I don't think we should continue. I think we should vote today, but I know that it's been expressed that there are some concerns that we should continue. And so I think out of fairness to the commission, let's have a vote on a continuance, see where we are. If the majority is with the continuance, but I'm with you.
Let's have a vote on what we've got, up or down.
Nick,
I'm okay with that.
if it's quick.
Yeah.
I did want to say, just for the commission, is like, I do have the concerns about the 2-night, but I would rather move this on.
I agree.
We've been around and
'Cause
around on it,
I was
I'm
certain-
not an expert, but.
And I'm gonna share with my council person, it should be a one night. It should go down to one night.
Okay. I second the Nick Tran, 1216 Northwest 34th. I second that, you know, my main concerns are the 2-night because, as Scarlett said, it's pretty unenforceable. That's all I'll say about that one. But of course, you guys can vote as you would vote on it. And I would invite you, regarding the affordability, check out the July 19th. We have a really good model where we are able to subsidize hundreds of residents here in Oklahoma City and provide them not just affordable, like beyond affordable housing. So I would
So that's
invite you.
his business plan, it's different, but you can actually watch it.
Thank you.
On the Board of Adjustment for July 19th.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna move approval of this item.
So the moves approval to send forward with a recommendation
of approval.
Of approval to city council. Is there a second?
Second.
We have lost our.
She's not here anyway.
I was waiting to see her run.
Voice vote.
Center after Pete.
There's 2 ordinances.
Yeah, there are 2 separate ordinances, so you will need to make a recommendation on both of them. One for Chapter 13 and one for Chapter 59.
This is Chapter 13.
Right, okay. Well,
Actually, no,
I
this
was
is
going to
chapter
take the next item as the next item, but we can make a move to, okay. All right, so a motion to approve item 17.
Yes. Recommend approval of item 17.
All right.
I don't have the option to.
There.
There we go.
With Secretary Commissioner Noble, cast your votes, please. And then likewise, item 18.
I'm sorry,
call it out.
have a chance to vote. I'm sorry? Yay. We did?
All right, so we'll hear item 18 now. We'll call the item and then make a recommendation.
All right, calling the item. Recommendation on a proposed ordinance related to businesses amending Chapter 13 of the Municipal Code regarding occupancy limits on home sharing accommodations.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to City Council approval of item 18.
We have a motion to recommend approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item passes. That brings us to the end of our items to be heard. Next item on the agenda is communications reports, planning commission committees. Anything to
I
report?
believe we have an ADU ordinance meeting tomorrow afternoon, so Lisa? I think, maybe?
Yes, tomorrow, the Friday afternoon, the task force has a meeting with other departments where you can ask
More
your
questions.
concern with utilities, public works, and code enforcement.
Thank you. That's our report.
Okay. Planning commission members.
I don't think so, it's 6:35.
Okay. Commissioner Meek?
Nothing.
Nothing. Commissioner Pennington, Commissioner Noble? No. Rusty? No. I don't have anything. Planning department?
Nothing.
Municipal counselor's office? All right. Citizens be heard? Seeing none, no other business. We are adjourned. Thank you.